Step right up, step right up, step right into another amazing show. And trust me, you will adore today's show. Yes, you. Auntie Miracle B is live on YouTube right now.
Alright, man, let me pause this music, man, and address this fuck shit for the last motherfucking time. Let me take my glasses off so you bitch niggas can see me and hear me clearly. So I do a soul gone challenge, man, just to have a little fun like everybody been doing, man. I know y'all been seeing that out there and shit. So I did it for the, you know, for the fans and for the fun. And I addressed a little situation, a little mind that I got with some fuck niggas, and they see the shit and get in they feelings. You know what I'm saying? I'm just having fun with the rap, but these bitch niggas getting they fucking feelings. You know what I'm saying? I meant every word I motherfucking said, though. Don't get it twisted. But the rap was just for fun. I ain't no fucking rapper, nigga. But these same niggas that got in they feelings, okay, is the same niggas that I've been cool with for 10 plus years. Been around me 10 plus years. Know how I get down, know my whole resume, everything. We have a falling out. And then as soon as we fall out, all of a sudden now I'm a pedophile. Let me explain that. 10 years ago, 2006, I caught a case with my oldest daughter's mama. Yes, my baby mama. She's from Oakland. I was busting moves in Nevada. I meet the bitch. She says she want to get down, so I'm pimping on the bitch. I take her to Nevada. You know what I'm saying? I get cracked. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know the bitch was 16 at the time. She gave a statement to the police and told them, yeah, she was hoeing, that I was pimping, and that she was 16, and that I didn't know that. Okay. Now, they tried to hit me with the kidnapping, but it wouldn't stick because her mama went to bat for me and told them, like, look, he didn't even fucking know, you know what I'm saying, none of this shit. And furthermore, she got family in Nevada. Like, how's it kidnapping? You know what I'm saying? So that couldn't stick. So when that couldn't stick, they hit me with seduction, not rape, not sexual assault, not child molestation, not having sex with a child, not none of that. But I'm a pedophile. Come on, man. Cut the fucking crap, man. Cut the bullshit, man. You niggas sound like fucking buffoons, dog. If I'm such a pedophile, how come I don't gotta register as a pedophile? How come my face ain't plastered all over y'all city saying that I'm a pedophile, beware dangerous pedophile? That's because the shit is false, my nigga. Stop throwing jackets on niggas' names without facts. Everybody know if you get arrested for anything in the United States of America, all you got to do is Google a nigga name and a whole rap sheet gonna come up. Facts. You know what I'm saying? The whole fucking case, my nigga, you can look it up, the whole transcript, my nigga. Not one time, nigga, have pedophile ever been mentioned, bro. But since we fell out and we ain't cool no more, now all of a sudden I'm a pedophile. How many years you niggas been holding this then? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you niggas really felt some type of way, man, you could have told me before. You understand me? But it took for us to fall out for you to say how you really feel. Man, you niggas is fucking suckers, man. You know what I'm saying? Understand that, nigga. You getting so much money in the street, like you say, what the fuck you worried about what I'm doing then, nigga? I ain't even in your city no more, and you watching my every move, nigga. You niggas can't stop my shine. You can't stop my clockwork. I know you don't want me to come up. I know you don't want to see me doing good. It's all good, man. Haters gonna be haters, nigga. But get out your motherfucking feelings, nigga. You know what time it is, nigga. It's the motherfucking kid. Bitch, gang. Fuck, nigga. Yeah, what it do, man? Just the kid, man. Just want to remind y'all, man, all the peoples out there, man. October 30th at midnight. Tune in, man. You know what I'm saying? We gonna give y'all a Halloween theme movie review. You know what I'm saying? That's coming from it's bracket, man. You know what I'm saying? It's the kid J Fly, man. You know what I'm saying? Just made it in the house, you know what I'm saying, on this Christmas night, man. You know what I'm saying? Um, just want to address a few things, man. You know what I'm saying? We all know, you know, what today is about. You know what I'm saying? Whether you celebrate Christmas or not, whether you believe in, you know what I'm saying, what Christmas stands for or not, you know what I'm saying? Whether you in the spirit or not, that's neither here nor there. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's about, you know, love, uh, being thankful and giving. You know what I'm saying? And it's spending time with the people that you love and care about the most, man, your family, your friends, you know what I'm saying, and you know, so on and so forth. And you know, I get home, man, and you know, I'm going down my timeline, you know what I'm saying, and you know, my phone had been dead for a little bit, so I clicked the phone on, you know what I mean, I'm going down my timeline, and I'm seeing so many angry stats and ungrateful stats, and you know what I'm saying, hating and all that, and I'm like, man, you know what I'm saying, what can people just put that on hold, you know what I'm saying, for any time of this holiday season? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many people out there that's so angry and so ungrateful, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I know life ain't, you know what I'm saying, the best for everybody. We all got things on our plate. We all got things that we wish was different or better. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, man, stop that bullshit, man. You know what I'm saying? Put that shit to the side for a day or two. You know what I'm saying? Be mad when 2016 come in after the first. You know what I'm saying? The shit just fucking irritates me. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers can't put the bullshit on hold just for a second, man, and be thankful and be happy that you blessed to see another day, man, because you don't even know if you're gonna get it tomorrow, man. You know what I'm saying? It's just fucking irritating, man. You know what I'm saying? So if you out there on some angry shit, man, you know, you mad at the world, man, you know what I'm saying? Because your life ain't how it's supposed to be going right now. Get your shit tight. Work on you. Get your shit together. You know what I'm saying? Because there's some people out there, man, that's grateful. You know what I'm saying? There's people out there, man, that's happy to fucking have this day, man. And don't take that shit from them. You know what I'm saying? With your bullshit, man. You know what I'm saying? And that's a message from the kid J Fly, man. I'm gonna sip my motherfucking mud. You know what I'm saying? Like I do. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna enjoy the rest of this night, man. Y'all be safe. Y'all stay warm out there. Y'all continue to show that love and that support to your family, man. If you with your family and your friends, man, and enjoy the night, man. You know what I'm saying? It's for the kid, man. Love all my peoples, man. Happy holidays.
To the stage. All right. How's everybody doing today? Welcome, welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Um, I think I may have been muted when I was talking to y'all, but of course that always happens. Did y'all look at the nails from the kid? It's the kid, man. Look at the nails. And yeah, he was talking about his future self. Now, this somebody posted on Reddit. Hold on one second. And this is supposed to be like secret footage. It's not really Darrell, but you know how Darrell lied and said that his shoulder was hurt. Can I increase the size of this? Oh, it's a message. Because I can't make it any bigger. But it'll loop in a second. Let me take myself off the screen. So that was supposed to be making fun of Darrell when he said his shoulder was hurting. And so, you see the guy coming out of the cell and he jumps over the railing himself to injure himself. Anywho's. All right, guys. Well, welcome back. Let me go ahead and before we get started, I'm gonna play some Linus. You can never have too much Linus Wallace. And then we will continue on and watch some of his fuckery. I figure out which screen I'm on. Oh, okay. I see where I'm at now. I'm confused. I'm confusing myself. All right, here we go.
The fact of the matter is, just like I did with my opening statements, I don't have
Hey, Dice.
a well-prepared or rehearsed speech. I didn't look in the mirror and say certain points to myself over and over again to make sure I have them right
Clearly.
or anything like that. I've chosen to speak from the heart. And now I'm going to speak from the heart. What you won't hear me do is argue facts.
Good. Make sure I'm smashing that like button.
Trying to argue facts of this, facts of that. I'm not going to waste your time doing that.
Good.
It's a little emotional.
Oh.
I apologize for the long pause.
Hmm.
What you've been hearing from the prosecution, not to take anything away from them.
Yeah. Nim.
Let's call it what it is. You've been hearing a lot of rerun. Same things over and over and over. No different than when you turn on the radio and you first hear that song that you don't like when you first hear it. But they play it so much that eventually you start saying it, the words to yourself before you even realize it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you sit and you go, I hate that song. Wow.
I hate you too.
That's what's been happening.
Mm-hmm.
Over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Attempting to make things stick in your head that simply aren't true. It's a lot of information that you guys should be privy to, I believe.
Mm.
And one thing that I believe that you have not been privy to is the truth of your rights and your duties. The fact that you and you alone have the power, not well-prepared DAs with well-prepared and clearly rehearsed speeches and exhibits and a lot of theatrics. Frankly, not the judge. You and you alone have the power. You and you alone decide what is truth and what isn't truth. You should be informed that you have the power to nullify any law that you don't agree with. Remember the power that you have.
The power.
Don't for 1 second let it be taken away from you. I can never understand the position of sitting on a jury in something of this magnitude. So I'm sure there's a lot of pressure. I pray that the right decision is made. The right decision. Do what's right. Don't let the smoke and mirrors take away your power.
Oh.
Don't let the theatrics take away your power. Each and every one of you has a decision. Do what's right. Make the right decision. That's the magnitude of the power that you have. Just like this tissue is in my hand. This is everything. You have everything. Be at peace with what you decide.
Oh boy.
Have no regrets. Don't let this decision weigh on you after it's over. And again, I say the same thing that I said earlier. Same thing I said in opening statements. Not reading from any paper, any books. Everything you've heard in opening statements, everything you're hearing now is from right here. Everything. You have the decision.
You have the power.
You and you alone.
You alone.
All of you.
All of
you
y'all.
have the decision. I know it's probably not proper, but you guys deserve a round of applause if you could get one. Thank you guys sincerely. And I know, and I have faith and I trust that you guys know what's right. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think it's fair to just say guys, but I believe in your heart, you know what's right.
You know what's right. Mm-hmm. Oh Lord, I love me some Linus Wallace. All right, y'all. Well, let us go and get into Blue Shirt Day, which is day 14. And I know that I played some of it, but I'm going to go and play some of it from the beginning and watch some of his greatest freakouts of the day, which never gets old. I'll start to go back and hit Yellow Shirt Day and in the box fort. Because I mean, we keep watching this over and over. So, hey everyone, hey Gen X Gamer Girl, Dice, Vicky, Steve, Monica, Super Kelly G, Michelle, K Valley, Malika Rao, let me see, Kayla, Tom, Lindsay, Mark Konzarowski, Annie, Bob Swartz Welder, Greg Jones, and Dog Mom, and B Blanco, and Ixie Zaza. Welcome everybody. Welcome back. Hey Will. Hey Daquan, Cindy. Welcome everyone. I said Bob Swartz Welder. You know what? When I was younger, I wanted to have a common first name, and then I wanted to have get married and have an unusual last name, because my maiden name is very, 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 very common. So I wanted a name like Swartz Welder, Schwarzenegger, something, like 13 characters long. I wanted that, but it didn't work out that way. I still got a plain last name. Either way. But anyway, let's go ahead and get the party started and listen to this idiot. Oh, look at him. Okay, I'm over here. I'm practicing. I'm a third party intervener in this matter. Yeah, I'm not me. Oh, God. It's hot in here. It's so hot in here in this coat room. And these white folks looking at me crazy. Mm-hmm. I'm practicing when I got to say, because I'm going to tell that white bitch off as soon as she bring her ass up on this podium. She trying to act like she care about me, that she got some integrity. And she knows she ain't. Oh, there we go.
14th Amendment due process rights. I make a reservation for those rights, especially, but all rights at this time.
All right.
The record to reflect that the individual known to this court as Darrell Brooks is present in person in custody. He is appearing today in street clothes. He has a dress shirt and a tie on. He's also wearing a mask.
Hey, Taylor May.
And I don't consent to being called that name, for the record. As this paperwork I accept for value and return for value, as it does not state the correct name. It states the name of my client, the straw man. I am not this name in all caps.
Look at Judge Jenny over there smirking, because she know this don't make any sense. And she's like, okay, I have to keep it together and not bust out laughing. But like, he is still doing this. Mr. Brooks needs to stop this foolishness. You see it on her face, like, God, here we go.
Capital letters. I do not identify by that name, nor do I know that individual.
Go ahead, Blow.
Your objection is noted. It's baseless in law and fact. And that is simply a caption on a pleading on the final jury instructions.
That is not my name.
Oh.
Right. The record should reflect, Mr. Brooks, I'm talking. The record should reflect that at 3:23 p.m. yesterday, all of the verdict forms were printed off and provided to Mr. Brooks. I also provided him with an excerpt from the bench book on closing arguments. I left a copy on the state's table as well, and a second copy on the defense table today as well, so that I thought that would be helpful information as we are about that time.
Bob, yes, I do have to spell my name pretty much everywhere I go, because when you tell them my name is Miracle, they think that it's some sort of special spelling with extra letters. And I've seen all type of weird ways my name has been spelled. My name has been spelled Miracal, Merical, Marical. I've seen that one. And I'm like, I don't know where you guys are getting this crap from. I mean, you've seen this word like your entire life, especially if you bought mayonnaise, you've seen the word. So just crazy. I did. Oh, yeah, Dice, we have to let Darrell, we had to let him, purge. We had to purge him for a minute before we come back to him because he's so exhausting. And, I was so excited about Nature Boy. I was like, yeah, let's talk about Allegio. But after my first time going live about it, I don't think anybody was really interested anymore. So I might do an upload or two about Allegio, but I'm not going to go live on him anymore.
In the proceeding for the parties to give their closing arguments. Of course, prior to that, the court will be reading through the final jury instructions. The parties were also given the updated version following the jury instruction conference yesterday as well. The total number of pages for that is 107.
Remember, jury instruction conference was box fort day.
The court will be reading from
Yellow
the
shirt
first
box fort
73 pages this morning. I do anticipate having to take 1 or 2 breaks before I complete all of that. My plan is to do that and then take the lunch break. And then when we come back from lunch to have the parties provide they're not opening, their closing arguments. And then following the closing arguments, the court has the final jury instructions, which go through the closing instruction, instructions 460, 484, and all of the verdicts. And then the instruction to the jury 515 about
they will.
the verdicts needing to be unanimous, and then selection of a presiding juror. The very last page, 107, actually is not read until the close of the case and only following receipt of verdicts or some other type of disposition that would result in the conclusion of the case. It's the instruction after the verdict is received. So page 107 is not something that will be read today. As indicated yesterday, I will be selecting the alternates by random selection. We'll use the tumbler and closing.
I have not seen them.
Mr. Brooks, if you haven't seen them, that is by your choice. They were
Just,
hold on.
Accept for value and return for value any documents that you just alluded to. I have not seen them.
Mr. Brooks, if you haven't seen them, that is by your choice. They were provided to you. I know on multiple occasions yesterday,
Hey,
you threw
Sherry.
items into the garbage can. The court retrieved the final jury instructions. I personally didn't. I had someone do it, had them placed on the table this morning, and any other items you threw in the garbage.
So is that the paperwork that I had to stay here for over an hour for?
Sir, I'm not going to discuss any further what we did during the jury instruction conference. The jury's going to be brought out a little bit later.
There's a conference. We talking about the proceedings from yesterday or after you had told us we recessed?
Mr. Brooks?
I'm referring to after you called recess for the night yesterday. That's what I'm referring to. I was put in the holding cell for over an hour because they said it was some paperwork that needed to be.
That is correct, sir. You were kept there in order for my clerk, who had to finalize 76 verdicts.
Hey, Miss Santana.
One not guilty, one guilty, and provide those to the parties. So that's why you were kept there, so those could be handed to you. My understanding is they were. I would need a bailiff to confirm for me whether he took those back to his cell or if they were put on his desk because he left them in the holding cell.
Left them in what holding cell? In here?
I hate him.
I have to look through his paperwork to see if they're on here.
What holding cell are you referring to, Your Honor?
behind the door.
I didn't leave anything in that holding cell. I was just trying to figure out why I was in there so long.
Like you got somewhere to go. Like you got somewhere to go. You have nowhere to be, period. It don't even matter. You're going to be in a cage for the rest of your life. For a lifetime, 2 lifetimes, 3 lifetimes, 4 lifetimes, 5 lifetimes. Do I hear 6 lifetimes?
Are those the verdicts?
Yeah.
All right, he has those. Thank you.
Is this the paperwork that was just put on my? It was paperwork on the desk when I came in. That was on top of my folders.
No, I got to work tomorrow, K Valley, so we can't do the drinking game tonight.
Mr. Brooks, I know that you were given the opportunity to take them to your cell because that is what I was advised. Whether you did that or not, I don't know.
That's
but they
not
are also on your desk now.
I accept for value in return for value any documents.
Okay.
We did discuss all of the jury instructions and the verdicts yesterday.
So what was discussed when I was in the cell for over an hour?
There was no discussion, sir. The court was in recess. Madam Clerk was simply finalizing the paperwork based upon the discussion that was held on the record in open court yesterday.
I was told that I had to stay there per you.
Yes, so that we could provide them to you and you would have an opportunity to take them back to yourself.
But can they have been delivered to the jail?
Oh, here we go.
All right. I don't believe there's any other preliminary issues we
need
to address other than an advisement I will have for Mr. Brooks. But let me turn to the parties.
Hey,
and ask
Stuff.
if there's anything preliminary to.
You probably got. I don't know. Maybe YouTube deleted it because I haven't been even watching to see what anybody posted. But what's up? What's up, Ninja? Or now since everybody's against DEI stuff, I've seen people co-opt that. It was like, what's up to all my DEIs out there, all my DEIs and woke folk.
This phase of the trial, which is the jury instructions, the verdicts, and closing arguments from the state.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Anything else from you, sir?
Yes, there is. Yesterday, I stressed to the court numerous times about me not understanding the proceedings, and essentially how decisions were being made on my behalf without my understanding or giving consent.
The court made various rulings yesterday. I made findings and ultimately made some determinations. I stand behind the record that was made. I'm not going to explain it further.
So a lot of those decisions were made when I was not present in the courtroom. I was in the other courtroom, correct?
That's true, sir.
Is that correct?
The record will indicate when those were made and where you were.
I can't see the record though. How am I supposed to know what the record will reflect?
And what's interesting about the record? He is filing his appeal. He's set to go back to trial for his Milwaukee stuff like in June. But do you know it took till the end of 2023 to get the record? It took like till November of 2023 for that poor woman to transcribe all of this into a record. Crazy. Bless that woman.
Sir, the decisions were made yesterday. I'm not revisiting them today.
They need to be revisited, and it also needs to be talked about. Subject matter jurisdiction that has yet to be proven for the record.
For the record.
I'm still trying to understand, Your Honor, how you made a judicial determination on my behalf, which I did not give consent to, to, as you say, I forfeited my right to testify, which I never did. I never said I wanted to. I never said I didn't want to. But that decision was made for me. Also, the decision for the defense to rest its case was made for me, which I did not consent to, nor did I say I was ready to rest, or nor did I say I did was ready to rest.
You did was ready. Yeah. I did was ready.
I'm trying to understand how all these decisions are being made without my consent, without me waiving any rights. I'm not understanding how, because none of my answers were unresponsive. I just didn't answer the way that Your Honor wanted me to answer, but I stressed yesterday.
That's being non-responsive.
If I don't understand something, how am I supposed to answer a question that I don't understand fundamentally? It's not me saying yes or no, and it's not me saying, okay, I want to waive this or that right. And I'm not trying to make an argument with you in any way. I'm just seeking to understand how these decisions are made. If I'm letting the court know and I'm putting the court on notice, hey, I don't understand this or I don't understand that.
I don't understand him. You
Any
wanted to
other
represent yourself.
things? Otherwise, I'm prepared to address each one of those.
Yeah. There was a mention of if there is a conviction in this matter, there's a mention of sentencing, which I'm assuming there'll be some type of people may want to speak. I know if there is a conviction on my half, people would definitely want to address the court.
Lies. Not even your mama, not even your baby mama of the daddy's girl came. The daddy's girl herself didn't come. Your son didn't come. Your 14-year-old daughter didn't come. Nobody came but your pretend grandmama. And then your mom read a speech about why the caged birds sing. And then that weird white girl with the weird hair. And them the only ones that definitely want to speak. Definitely. No, I don't think so, sir. Lies, child. Lies.
There'll be a lot of affairs that need to be put in order, obviously on my side. If it pleases the court, if there is a conviction in this matter, I would like the sentencing to not be so quick. I'm asking if it pleases the court for the sentencing to be held off into a later time, not a day or two or a week, just so that affairs can be put in order properly, and so that the people that want to come in and speak will have the opportunity to address the court.
I think if that pleases, request, sir.
If that pleases.
I think that's a fair request. I thought about that and some more overnight, that in the event there is a conviction, that I would like to give the parties an opportunity to do that. I have no idea how many people would want to speak. My inclination would be, again, and this is not set in stone. If there is a conviction on any of these counts, I may ask the parties to just come back in on Monday, October 31st, with kind of a proposed plan of how many people do you think will speak on your behalf? How long do you think it will take? So that I can look at my calendar and then set aside the appropriate amount of time. I certainly don't want to rush anything. And I think that's a fair request that you're making. All right. So with all of that then, sir, subject matter jurisdiction, I decline to address that further. I stand by the written decision that I've made previously. As far as the rulings made yesterday regarding your ability or inability to present further testimony and witnesses and to testify yourself, the court did make various rulings and findings that you had forfeited your right to do so.
Make sure you smash that like button.
I'm not going to further explain the law or these prior rulings to you. I stand behind them, and I believe I made a very, very clear record. So to the extent that you're asking me to reconsider any of that, that's how I would interpret your statements here today. I decline to do so.
I decline.
So, Your Honor, would that be That's still not. I have no understanding to why I wasn't given the opportunity to place certain things into evidence. I have virtually nothing. Nothing. Zero evidence that I was able to place into evidence. Nothing.
I disagree with that, sir. You called, I think, 9 witnesses on your behalf on various issues, including the honking of the horn, window tinting. You cross-examined many of the state's witnesses about police barricades and the presence of police. So you did present evidence.
I'm speaking to the terms of everything that Your Honor asked me to do. You told me to put everything that I needed to present to the courts in writing. You made that ruling. You told me that's what I needed to do. I did that.
Mr. Brooks, you may have interpreted that. I did not require you to do that. As far as evidence in the case, I very expressly told you there are rules of procedure and rules of evidence that govern exhibits, testimony, witnesses, etc. What I told you is that any requests that you have related to the case, if it's a motion, be put in writing. I specifically referenced the statute 80201 regarding how a motion is made and what it should contain, meaning it has a very express request for relief and states the law and the facts upon which the request is being made.
Hey, Catherine.
Again, I'm not going to revisit
Delilah,
the
welcome.
rulings. I stand behind them. And to the extent that the record does not have, meaning the record before the jury and the evidence does not have certain pieces of information, evidence, or testimony that you wanted to present, you forfeited that opportunity yesterday based upon your conduct.
How did I forfeit the opportunity?
Again, I'm not going to revisit that, sir. What I will tell you is this.
How did I forfeit
this
the
jury
opportunity
is here
to be able to place into evidence?
Mr. Brooks, I'm not going to debate this further.
I'm not trying to debate. I'm trying to understand.
To respect the fact that I've made rulings.
Your Honor, that's you made a judicial determination. You made it. I'm not asking you to explain.
Hey, Andrea.
Anything. You're misinterpreting what I'm trying to ask you and trying to tell you. You're misinterpreting it. With all due respect, Your Honor.
Yeah.
When you tell me this is what you need to do, I'm going to take it by what you're telling me that I need to do.
Okay, but she told you what you need to do, as in close your dick suckers and sit down. You wouldn't do it. You had to argue. So you want to listen to some stuff and do when you think it suits you, and then you want to ignore everything else. Like close your dick suckers and sit down.
If I needed to make anything request-wise or anything that I needed to present to the court, it has to be in writing.
Has to be in writing.
You told me to do that.
Hey, LJ.
I did it. You also brought up when I asked numerous times before when would I have a chance to present things into evidence. You told me we were not at the evidentiary phase of the trial yet.
Right.
So I took that as saying, okay, well, at some point I will have the opportunity to place things in the evidence that need to be put in evidence for the record. So I'm not understanding how a decision can be made for me to actually forfeit being able to put things into the record that need to be placed into the record. All these things are things that, quite frankly, allow me to put on a defense. Things that need to be known, things that should be in the record, as far as filings, as far as ICFs that I was told to
my ICF
to address certain ICFs either to you or to the clerk of courts, which I did, and received copies for all of them except until last week. It was a few of them that I didn't receive copies for that I'm still wondering why I haven't received those copies when I received the copies of all the ones before that. But in terms of that, I did what Your Honor asked me to do. These are things that were part of my defense that needed to be placed into the record. So where my confusion comes in is not being able to place those things into the record. Things
Mr.
that
Brooks,
things
I'm gonna
that
cut you off
clearly help my
because
defense.
I stand by my
Do you not remember yesterday, when yesterday before this day, when you went and you would not respond, and when they were trying to get you to determine whether you're going to testify, you went on this whole little tangent about the recall on the vehicle, and you became unresponsive. You were yelling. You sat behind a fort. You wouldn't participate. So now you're confused. How come I can't put anything into evidence? What had happened? Well, you had happened. You are the reason why you don't have, quote unquote, your filings as evidence. It's in the record, but it's not evidence. Like, come on, stop.
ruling. I'm not revisiting it. To the extent that you claim lack of understanding
Hey, T.Y.
or
Roll.
your lack of consent, it's been made abundantly clear on this record, your position
Yes.
on
Hey,
that.
Harsh
I'm not
Times,
revisiting
23.
it. I'm further advising you that when this jury comes out, I expect that you will honor the decisions that were made.
Wouldn't it though? Wouldn't it have been a show? Oh, I was so hoping he was going to do it. I was so hoping he would have taken a stand. That would have been fantastic. Fantastical. It would have been hilarical to see.
Not agree, but you will honor them and not interrupt the court or these proceedings as I instruct the jury.
So how am I supposed to put these things in the record that need to be in the record?
Mr. Brooks, I'm well aware of the effect my ruling had, and I'm not going to debate it with you further.
I just want to know, how am I supposed to get these things on the record? How am I supposed to, because the filings that I gave, you actually filed and gave me the copies back. So are those in the record?
Mr. Brooks,
I'm just seeking to understand. I'm just seeking to understand.
Mr. Brooks, I cannot explain procedure or evidence,
the filings that I filed.
Rulings or
I'm
the
asking
law
a question,
to
Your Honor.
you.
I'm merely asking a question. The filings that I presented to Your Honor.
Any filings
for
with
the
this
court
are in the court record. That does not mean they're evidence, sir.
Hello.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, are the filings part of the record? The filings that were filed and timestamped, that were notarized, that I presented to the court, all the filings.
You just said you know what? I'm gonna be quiet.
The appearance bonds, the statement of particulars.
Nobody cares about none of that.
The notice of special appearance, the court docket sheet. Your oath of office, everything that I tried to present into the record. How am I not able to make them part of the record?
So they were filed because you presented them to the court during the course of this case. Anything that was not offered as an exhibit and received during the evidentiary phase is not evidence in this trial.
That's what I attempted to do, and you told me that I couldn't. You told me,
Mr. Brooks, I am bringing this jury
Your Honor,
out.
with all respect, you told me that we were not at the evidence. When I said I have exhibits as well, I have stuff that I want to put into the record. I even asked, I said,
Mr. Brooks,
may I give an offer into evidence?
I'm going to stop you once again. I'm not going to have this discussion and debate. The evidentiary phase of this trial is closed.
Pay attention.
You're now at the jury. I understand your lack of consent. Your objection
so when would I be
is
able to
noted
put?
for the
When
record.
would I be able to put vital information into the record, which I haven't had the opportunity to do?
That opportunity has closed for you, sir.
So you saying basically you're prejudicing my defense by me not being able to present things into evidence, offer into evidence, filings and important paperwork and documents.
Mr. Brooks, and you forfeited your right to do that by your conduct yesterday, and I stand behind that decision.
I asked before yesterday, Your Honor. I asked this before yesterday.
You have not honored my request to you that you cease debating me on prior rulings.
I'm not trying to debate.
Court.
I'm trying to understand why my due process is being violated.
Mr. Brooks, the record speaks for itself.
No, the record does not.
I am going to take a 5-minute recess. When I come back out, the jury will also be coming out. I'm advising you there will be no multiple opportunities where I give you to conform your conduct to the rules of decorum.
Well, then just hold me in contempt, then, Your Honor.
You are
hold me in
hereby
contempt, because
advised
I didn't even. I'm trying to
if
seek
you
to understand.
start talking about subject matter jurisdiction or any of these other
It
issues,
needs to be addressed,
or
Your Honor.
in any way,
We're not talking
interrupt
about subject matter
the
jurisdiction. We're
reading of
talking
the jury
about why
instructions.
my due process
I
has
will
been
excuse
violated.
the jury, and you will be
Welcome,
removed
welcome.
to the other courtroom.
We're talking about the 14th Amendment,
Right.
Section
I'm
1.
taking a 5-minute break. We are
Your
in
Honor,
recess.
I don't
When
agree
come
to a
back out, the
estoppel.
jury
I
will be
don't agree
coming
to a
as well.
estoppel. Your Honor,
She couldn't take your breath and your body odor. She couldn't take it. So I would typically use what's his name? Mushmouth Joe's video. However, he always has music or something in here that is a copyright. So I have to struggle with this long ass video. Look, this video was 11 hours. This day was 11 hours and 53 minutes. And that's including multiple breaks, removing his bitch ass, and lunch. And it's 11 hours and 53 minutes and 41 seconds. That's longer than most people's day at work.
has yet to be proven for the record.
Oh,
And upon
thank you,
your
Sue.
refusal, that would be looked at as dishonor.
It's dishonor.
I'm not addressing it. The jury's coming out.
Mm-hmm.
So is that a
Attack it.
tacit agreement?
Oh, he said tacit this
You
time.
don't have to answer any questions as a public servant, Your Honor.
She's like,
Therefore,
God, I gotta hold it together.
That's dishonor. Are you going to honor your oath of office?
Stand. I'm not addressing it
Are
further.
you going to honor your oath of office?
All right.
Woo! Look, she's like, I can't take this. Get them
So
in
I'll take
here.
that as a tacit agreement that you're not going to honor your
All
oath
right,
of
I'm going
office.
to have to excuse the jury.
Oh, look, she mad. She's like, this
Mr. Brooks,
bitch.
I warned you that if you made any interruptions when they came out, you would be removed to the courtroom. That's what I'm doing right now. You're forfeiting your right to be present in this courtroom unless you can promise me right now you'll respect prior rulings of this court and not interrupt this next phase of the trial, which is the court reading the jury instructions without interruption from you. Can you do that?
Have I acted in dishonor, Your Honor?
Mr. Brooks, I very expressly warned you.
Have I acted in dishonor?
Hey, coffee
You have
cake.
disobeyed a direct order from this court.
Have I acted in dishonor?
Have I acted
You
in
have
dishonor?
disrupted these proceedings.
I have not disrupted these proceedings.
Sir, can you
this
pledge
morning.
to me that when this jury comes back out, that you will remain silent and not reference things like subject matter jurisdiction, the court's oath of office, tacit agreements, or anything? Can you pledge that you will respect these proceedings and this jury by not interrupting?
Now you know the answer to that question.
Dishonor, Your Honor.
I will ask you one more time. Can you pledge to be quiet, sir?
Why should I have to make a pledge, Your Honor? Have I acted in dishonor?
Because under Illinois versus Allen, I believe you've already forfeited your right to be here, but you can reclaim that as soon as you are willing to conduct yourself consistently with the decorum and respect inherent in these proceedings, which at this point in the proceedings, sir, all I am doing is reading through the final jury instructions. I do not want that process interrupted by statements by you that are frankly misstatements of the law.
If they're misstatements of the law, Your Honor, how come they haven't been proven for the record?
Oh my
Have I
God.
Right,
acted
he
in dishonor?
refuses to answer the question.
Oh, thank you,
I
Dale.
have given him an ample opportunity to do so. He has forfeited his right to be present for the reading of the jury instructions, and he is to be removed to the neighboring courtroom. We will be in recess until that takes place.
Your Honor,
Thank you.
have I acted in dishonor?
You've acted in creepy creeperton. You are a creepy creeperton. I mean, he just standing there and he's got this, am I acting in dishonor? What do you mean? How have I been in dishonor? How have I been? It just stared at her like a shark, those cold, dead eyes. And I wonder, is this something that he thinks is sexy? Does he do this with all the women in his life? I wonder. Okay, hold on. Let me see where we at.
where the court
All right, here go this fool.
and the United States Supreme Court indicated it is essential to the proper administration of the criminal justice that dignity, order, and decorum be the hallmarks of all court proceedings in our country. The flagrant disregard in the courtroom of elementary standards of proper conduct
Baby, them
should
teeth
not
was a mess.
and cannot be tolerated. We believe trial judges confronted with disruptive, contemptuous, stubbornly defiant defendants must be given sufficient discretion to meet the circumstances of each case. No one formula for maintaining the appropriate courtroom atmosphere will be best in all situations. We
Yeah. I'm gonna hit
for the
him.
court to advise this
Look at
jury
him.
without interruption. He was removed once again. I will not bring him back into this courtroom unless he is willing and pledges to conform his conduct and pledge to not interrupt by making any statements when this jury is present and during the court reading all of the jury instructions. I will unmute him so that he can indicate what he would like to say to the court. You are unmuted, sir. Go ahead.
Come on, big boy.
Can y'all hear me?
We can.
First of all, at 9:25, I would like the record to reflect that the prosecution was making disparative remarks and gestures in pursuant to what just happened. I don't appreciate it, and I think that that is very disrespectful.
Oh, hold on,
For the
y'all.
record.
Dang it. Let me pause that for a second. I was trying to. So the thing that he wants to come in and talk, he wants to tell on the prosecutors. They made what was the word? Disparative. What made up word did he just use?
Disparative remarks and
Disparative remarks. Yeah. Making up words.
Muted, sir. Go ahead.
Can y'all hear me?
Thank
We
you.
can.
It's never mannequin.
First of all, at 9:25, I would like the record to reflect that the prosecution was making disparative remarks and gestures in pursuant to what just happened. I don't appreciate it, and I think that that is very disrespectful.
Oh.
For the record.
Oh. Somebody give him a breast to suck
And
on.
again, I'm trying to figure out how did I act in dishonor to be removed.
Oh,
from the
here we
courtroom.
go.
How have I acted in dishonor? This is a whole nother. How have I acted in dishonor?
That hairline
I'm
going
going
to
mute Mr.
November.
Brooks. I'm not going to answer that question. I've made my ruling as far as anything that was done by the prosecution. I was not in the courtroom. The jury was not present. Whatever happened, if anything at all, was done outside the presence of the jury. If there is anything the state wants to put on the record right now, I'll give you that opportunity.
Make sure y'all
Otherwise,
smashing that like button.
I am going to bring the jury out, Mr. Brooks. If you want to come back into this courtroom, you need to write your request down on a piece of paper. And when you do that, pledge to this court that you will not interrupt these proceedings. Without that, I will not bring you back into this courtroom. Anything the state wants to put on the record.
I have a question, Your Honor. I don't have anything directly in response to Mr.
Up for the
Brooks' last statement.
chopper. Up for the
Go
chopper.
Yesterday afternoon, when we had the 4 screen up, there was a wider view of the courtroom so that the jury box could be seen. Is that possible to do
Yes,
again?
it is. We can take the witness stand camera and pull it out so that he has a view of the jury box as well. I can't angle it, but I can do that.
And for the record, when you do that, then he can see the jury box. So I would ask that that be done before we.
Please do that, Madam Clerk.
Paisley, why are you back here?
Well,
But they don't have.
it's not on Zoom, and so the court TV would be able to fix the camera on me and not on the screen, so that they don't capture any of the jurors, and they're directed to honor that and do that. Same thing, obviously, with our still photographer. If there are any images captured of Mr. Brooks, as you can see, the camera's being zoomed out.
You know, I can let this play and just mute it. Yes, it's never mannequin. I am going to go back to the box fort day and then also go back to the sentencing. You know, I just took a little hiatus from Darrell. He was getting on my nerves. His voice is sort of annoying. So I'll be coming back. And he said, I know it's Paisley's house. Okay, hold on.
How can
Dang it.
you rule that I don't have the right to be present in the courtroom?
Right. I've answered that previously. I've made my findings under Illinois versus Allen. He continues to interrupt, even if it is by asking questions. I've made my ruling. The record stands. It speaks for itself. And I intend to have the jury brought out. I need one moment before I do that. And so I'm going to just take about a 2-minute recess. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Members of the jury, the court will now instruct you upon the principle show utter disregard for human life and while using a dangerous weapon, contrary to sections 941.3.
Which is what I stated.
If you come back in the courtroom, our jury an hour later than I anticipated. So I would thoroughly disagree with you. The advice of Illinois. All right, I will unmute. I need to give him any additional opportunity to explain that. What I will ask is he going to make a request to come back into this courtroom? And if that is true, he can give me a thumbs up sign and then I will address that. All right, I will unmute him. Mr. Brooks, what is your request as it relates to coming back into this courtroom?
I've requested to come back into the courtroom with the first writing that you said I had to write.
I put that on the record already, sir. You did not pledge to respect the rules of courtesy and decorum and pledge to not interrupt the court. Are you willing to pledge that at this time?
Your Honor, with all due respect, I've never had to do that before to reclaim my right. I've always asked when you've given me the opportunity, when I felt that the time was right, I've always asked to come back. Have I not?
Mr. Brooks, given your conduct this morning and your blatant violation of my direct order to you to not interrupt when the jury was being brought out, I felt it important to strictly enforce the language of Illinois versus Allen, and only bring you back if you are willing to conduct yourself consistently with the decorum and respect inherent in the concepts of courts and judicial proceedings, and specifically pledge to not interrupt as I go through all of these jury instructions. If you're willing to do that, I will bring you back in.
Your Honor, with all due respect, can we at least be fair and say today hasn't been as volatile as other days, or as the back and forth between you and I hasn't been what it has been previously?
Mr. Brooks, we started the advisement to the jury an hour later than I anticipated. So I would thoroughly disagree with you that it might not have been volatile or loud, but it was nonetheless disruptive. So I will ask you these questions, sir. If you come back into this courtroom, are you willing to honor my request and order to you that you not interrupt as I read through the jury instructions?
Yeah, I don't understand the question that you're asking.
Sir, are you willing to refrain from raising the issue of subject matter jurisdiction if you come back into this courtroom?
Your Honor, with all due respect to your ruling on Illinois versus Allen, that was not part of Illinois versus Allen. I don't understand why that's being
Mr. Brooks, I'm not going to debate the meaning of Illinois versus Illinois v. Allen with you. I'm simply trying to get you back into this courtroom. You seem to want to be here, but you don't want to pledge to follow the rules of courtesy and decorum. So that's on you.
Your Honor, this has never been done before. It's never been done before, and I've always been able to reclaim my right to be able to be present.
Are you willing?
Which is what I stated when I first came over here. I've been stating the same thing. I've actually told the bailiff numerous times.
Mr. Brooks, I am strictly enforcing the language of Illinois versus Allen, which says the following. I will repeat myself again. Once lost, the right to be present can, of course, be reclaimed as soon as the defendant is willing to conduct himself consistently with the decorum and respect inherent in the concept of courts and judicial proceedings. I have not required the pledge previously. I've allowed you to come back, but given the interruptions this morning and your immediate discussion of things like subject matter jurisdiction and my oath the minute one juror walked through that door, I cannot take that. I will not bring you back in without that pledge.
So where does it say anything about a pledge, Your Honor?
Sir, I'm not going to debate the language with you. I am establishing what I believe is a reasonable restriction on your right to come back into this courtroom based upon the history in this case of your repeated violations of the simple rules of courtesy and decorum and your failure to follow my very clear and direct requirement this morning that you not interrupt the reading of the jury instructions and you be silent once the jury entered the courtroom. I did that in part because it not only preserves the dignity and decorum of this trial, it also frankly protects your rights and it minimizes your bad behavior in front of the jury.
Your Honor, I didn't interrupt you while you were talking. I let you make your record without talking over you or interrupting.
Thank you. I would agree with you just now.
The way that I'm interpreting when you reference to me with the Illinois versus Allen, where your ruling is coming from, the way that I interpret that is not the way that you're saying it to me now. That's why I don't understand what you're asking. I'm interpreting that in a totally different way.
I'd refer you to the third section of Illinois versus Allen, where the U.S. Supreme Court was discussing what the trial court did in that case. And it said the following: the trial court in this case decided under the circumstances to remove the defendant from the courtroom and to continue his trial in his absence until and unless he promised to conduct himself in a manner befitting an American courtroom. As we have said earlier, we find nothing unconstitutional about this procedure. So that is the authority, sir, in addition to the other quotation. I'll tell you this. I'll give you one more opportunity, sir. You can come back into this courtroom, but I do not want you to address or attempt to address subject matter jurisdiction or any of the other rulings that I've previously made. I need to continue with the advisement to this jury about the rules that govern their deliberations. That is the stage we are at. And if you violate that in any way by raising any of those legal issues in their presence, that will be in direct violation of the requirement for you to reclaim your right, and you will be removed back to the other courtroom. Did you hear me say that, sir?
I'm informed, but Your Honor, now you just stated on the record if I raise these issues in their presence, but if they're not in the courtroom, it's not in their presence, correct?
Sir, I can't bring them into the courtroom until you're here. I expect you during that short interval not to raise these legal issues that I've already addressed multiple times. So yes, I'm telling you, if you come back into this courtroom, I don't even want to have you raise any of those issues. I want to bring the jury right out without interruption. That is my clear expectation, whether the jury's in the courtroom or not.
Your Honor, now I'm confused because you just said don't raise any issues in their presence, and now I'm confused.
Because you're indicating to me by your statement that you intend to raise them once you get back into this courtroom. And so I'm making that another restriction, and you need to pledge to me that you will not do that.
Your Honor, the way that I'm interpreting what you...
Y'all are tripping. I got 93 watching and 62 likes. Come on, y'all. Hit the like button, please. Please hit the like button. Thank you.
Just read to me from the other section that you just read from Illinois v. Allen
versus Allen.
It does not have that language. So I'm
Mr. Brooks, I'm not going to debate the language. Do you want to come back in here or not?
I've stated numerous times that I shouldn't even have been brought over here anyway, and that I wanted to come back. But now what I don't understand about it, Your Honor, is that there's being rules enforced.
Mr. Brooks, do you want to come back in here or not? It's a very simple question.
I said yes already.
All right, then I'm going.
Say the same thing?
Oh,
because then you go
no.
on and make other statements, and then I can't even effectuate your request.
But I'm trying to tell you how I'm interpreting what you're saying to me. If you want
Mr. Brooks, I'm going to mute you. We're going to go in recess. He can be brought back over, but I will advise you that if you start back in, even outside the presence of this jury, with any of the legal issues I've already ruled on,
He never says yes.
We'll go back to the other courtroom. It's that simple.
He never
we'll
answers.
Be in recess, he'll be brought back over, and then we'll start back up.
Well, those of y'all who are saying that she's too patient to deal with him, well, you know that she was campaigning to run for office for a Supreme Court judge. So this was her audition for the world. So I think that even though, yes, she's very thorough and she is trying to preserve the record, but she was also auditioning. This was a la American Idol. This was her audition to the Supreme Court. And, you know, she's just a little bit too extreme for some folks, and that's why she lost.
Clerk confirmed that the audio and video is working just fine.
Oh, he's still in the room. Look at him talking a bunch of mess.
He continues to be muted, so as there are not interruptions. And if he wants to address something with the court, he needs to write it on his pad of paper.
Thank you, dog mom.
And I will address it at the appropriate time.
Fuck that bitch. That white bitch over here lying. And she trying to get me hemmed up. Gonna silence me. You don't silence the God.
Did the jurors go out?
You don't silence the king.
I just want to put on the record that at 11:01 I took the break. It's now 11:48. So I intended to take 10-15 minutes tops. And Mr. Brooks, you can write it down. I'm not going to interrupt further. The jury's coming out.
All right.
Shut the fuck up, Brooksy. All right. I guess this day is so long. And I don't care about reading all these instructions. I want to hear, oh, here we go. The fool back in court. Here we go. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, we want to see his freakouts. Care about the rest. No, a Democrat won. That's the justice that the Republicans were trying to impeach for reasons. She was just too extreme. Oh, thank you, B. Blanco. I missed you too. Look, I can tell you what he's saying. He's like, this is some bullshit. Okay, I'm reading what I need to say. This is some new secret documents that I got. Jay Prince probably handed it to him. And I'm going to read this. And this right here, this will get me out of this. I'm so sick of these freaking white folks, man. They doing this shit on purpose. They trying to hold a black man down. Oh, I got to bring out the Bible. I got to bring the prop out because the jury is coming in. So I got to make sure they see the Bible. They got to see the Bible. Oh, they see all these folks looking at me. What this supposed to be a slave auction or something? This is some racist bullshit. This is some bullshit. Oh, well, let me see what's going on behind me. They over there making gestures, and they offended me, and I'm getting scared. I'm getting scared. Yes, Ben, she's a Republican. She was appointed by Scott Walker, and her husband worked in the Trump administration. So yeah, she's a Republican. If you call this incarnation of Republicans real Republicans, this is weird to me. I'm just sitting here, just I'm trying to see my stuff. I'm trying to see what they're trying to have me do. I'm so tired. They know this ain't me, that I didn't do none of this stupid shit. They know I didn't do it. My name is not Darrell Brooks. I'm the kid. I'm the kid, man. I'm the kid. That's right. He was ear hustling. Who said that? Yes, Carrie, ear hustling. He over there trying to ear hustle with that one good ear he got. Oh, this shirt. I know the shirt too big, but I think it look good though. I got this big boy suit on. Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah. I hear that bitch come. Here she comes. She bringing her stank ass out, and she gonna start her bullshit again. Oh, I'm looking. Let me see what's going on behind me. Yeah. Let me see what they saying. Zach and them talking. They he and kiki about me behind my back. That shit ain't cool. All these white folks in here, and they coming at me. And I tried to trip them up with the dark skin, light skin thing, and it didn't work. But they all know that I'm not dark skinned. I'm not dark skinned at all. And I'm not even there. I'm not even supposed to be in here. I ain't supposed to be in here. Oh yeah, he do got on. I got on my undershirt. You got on that big boy shirt. Get on his big boy suit. He ready. He ready. That breath stink. It's making his hairline go back further. He ugly. He's saving us from the nasty looking chiclet teeth. Great. How you have great teeth? How you have great teeth? Now, black folks, when we use sunscreen, if it's mineral sunscreen, that cast can kind of turn us gray. That's what his teeth look like. He got that gray cast on his teeth. I have never seen that before. A whole mouth full of gray. I'm just sitting here. I'm just trying to make it. These white folks trying to get me hemmed up. They're trying to get me hemmed up. I'm like George Floyd. They got their foot on my neck. They trying to get me. Now, y'all come on. I got other things to do. Y'all taking too long. Shit, hurry up. Hell. Hurry the fuck up. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go back to my cell. I need a bath. Y'all taking too long. Why y'all taking so long? Look at me. I look good in this camera. I look good. I'm sexy. And y'all better recognize. Y'all better recognize that I'm a melanated king. Huh? I'm superior to all of you motherfuckers in here. Y'all better bow down. Bow down, bitches. Bow down, hoes. It's shower day. Y'all making me, if I just sit here real quiet, maybe they'll think I disappeared. Maybe they'll be like, where you go? Where you go? Where they at? Where they at? Where they at? There they go. There they go. There they go. Hey, where they at? Where they at? Where they at? Hey, there they go. There they go. There they go. Hurry up. Let's get this party started. He over here about to die. Oh Lord, they probably saying my name. Look, they walking by, and I'm sitting here with a shock device on my ankles, and she walking by off of the chopper, and she looked at me funny. Oh, I gotta pray to the Lord, because I love Jesus Christ, because who live on the throne, and everything is due to Him. I read my Bible every day when I'm in trial on breaks. I read my Bible. Oh, here go the judge. I ain't gonna stand up for that hoe. Fuck that white bitch. Let me see who all looking though. It's shower day. Come on. He been practicing with that script. He ready. Look at him. He ready.
Sheets for me. The yellow. The yellow. His yellow sheet.
Look at Oppa the Chopper. She smell him. That's why she leaned over like that. This bitch stank. No, he stank up the courtroom.
There's one on your. I bet on your.
Hey, look, you're right. I was trying to mimic some of what Nature Boy would say. You know, like I'm a melanated
All right,
king.
it's 2:00. I'll call the case. State of Wisconsin versus Darrell Brooks. Case number 21 CF 1848. May I have the appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Judge Sue Alford, Leslie Daisy, and Zach Wichow appearing for the state.
Oppa the Chopper.
I'm here without prejudice by special appearance.
He found something new.
I'm here under fraud, menace, duress, and extortion. Judiciary, Jennifer R. Darrell.
What?
This is a social.
Wait a minute. What did you just say?
Trust action, which you are a real party and interest to. As
Okay. Hold on, y'all. I want to hear what he said.
There's one on your. Like the appearances, please.
without prejudice by special appearance. Beneficiary, I'm here under fraud, menace, duress, and extortion. Judiciary, Jennifer R. Darrell.
What?
This is a social. Beneficiary, I'm here under fraud, menace, duress, and extortion. Judiciary, Jennifer R. Darrell.
What?
This is a social security. I'm here without prejudice by special appearance. Beneficiary, I'm here under fraud, menace, duress, and extortion. Judiciary, Jennifer R. Darrell. This is a social security, SESTQ, trust action, which you are a real party and interest to, as sujurers and propria persona. This is a military admiralty tribunal and maritime law.
Oh gosh.
And Title 4 of the United States Code, Section 1, which you can see. Which states placing of fringe on a national flag is within discretion of president acting as commander-in-chief of the Army and Navy. Is this a common law court or an admiralty court?
This fool here. Help him, Lord.
The records reflect that the individual known to this court as Darrell Brooks is
I heard that
present in
too.
person in custody. He is wearing a dress shirt. I know he has a suit coat, but it's not on. He's also wearing a mask. The court is not going to address any of the issues that he is raising, as they are meritless. And
oh, you know I'm gonna be covering Sarah Boone. I want to see Sarah Boone bad. Oh, I'm looking forward to Sarah Boone.
I would also say the same as to the notes that he passed while he was in the other courtroom. For the record, I did provide a copy of all of those to the state as well. They are also uploaded into the file and are made part of the record. To the extent that he raises objections or lack of consent, it is noted for the record.
I was about to do that and say that I don't consent to being called that name.
Oh, who cares?
That is the trust name, and it is not me myself. I don't recognize that name, nor do I consent to being called by that name.
Oh,
with all respect, Your Honor.
That makes it better. In all respect.
And we still have yet to address subject matter jurisdiction, what has yet to be proven on the record.
Oh, somebody giving the folks a
those
peekaboo.
original copies time stamped.
All right, I need to make a record of one part of a jury instruction that I do need to advise the jury. It will also be corrected in the packet.
She can't keep a lawyer.
The jury instruction on credibility of witnesses was modified by the jury instruction committee, and it was just an oversight on the court's part to not include. It's really just one paragraph. It was read to the jury at the beginning of the case with the preliminary
Hey,
instructions.
Wanda Joy.
But it is a paragraph regarding.
No, well, let me just mute her while she's running her mouth. No, it's not thousands of dollars. According to that one sovereign, they have like $1 billion. Oh, thank you. No, they keep quitting on her, or she keeps firing them. Nobody wants to deal with Sarah Boone crazy ass. Nobody likes her crazy ass. Hey, so. But I sincerely hope that Sarah Boone represents herself. That black chick who killed her child, I think. I know Carrie had posted her. She's a sovereign and wants to represent herself pro per. So I'm looking forward to her too. Very much looking forward to her. I can't remember her name, but it's just a black chick.
Clerk, if you could just make the change so that it's of parties. We've missed that correction.
I don't know if her flat ass attacked one of her lawyers.
Not the attorneys.
An eighth lawyer, huh?
So I will just make that correction and make sure it's.
I accept the value in return for value this document. And Your Honor, I requested that I have copies of my filings from earlier, time stamped.
Mr. Brooks, I'll provide you with the copies.
Is that the chick?
I need to continue with
that killed her child.
Instructing of the jury and have the parties make their closing arguments.
Your Honor, with all respect, the state received copies. How come I can't receive the copies of my filings?
You know what? I can give you the print offs, but I can't give you the originals right now. That's what I'm referring to, and you will absolutely get those back. I guess I was mistaken that you wrote copy on it. I thought you retained a copy for your records. So
who is 63? The white lady? I mean, not the white lady, the black lady? She does have a flat ass though. Like come on, she has a flat ass.
With that, Madam Clerk will print off from the record. It won't be the yellow copies just yet. I'll take that up later.
Okay.
Outside the presence of the jury after the case has been given to them. Now, in terms of the closing arguments, I did set a time limit for the parties yesterday. Each side will have a total of 1 hour. Mr. Brooks, so that you are fully aware, the party with the burden of proof, which is the state of Wisconsin, goes first. Then you, as the opposing party, will have an opportunity to respond and argue. And then time limit willing, the state also has the opportunity to present rebuttal because they have the burden of proof. And that is provided with the excerpt from the bench book that was provided to you yesterday. It has the purpose of the closing arguments is to summarize the facts, marshal arguments, focus the issues for the jury. I just talked about the order of the arguments. The scope of the arguments are the content, duration, and form of argument are within the court's discretion. That's why I set a time limit of 1 hour for the parties. And Mr. Brooks, I will advise you that I certainly will wait and see how you present your argument today. I will certainly wait to see if there are any objections raised, but I also want you to be aware that if I feel the arguments are improper, I may simply, without an objection, say, please move on, as a clear indication from this court that what you are stating is not proper under the various rules and case law that govern closing arguments.
Again, Your Honor, without prejudice, I'm here by special appearance. I don't consent to being called that name.
It's noted, sir.
No one cares.
All right. Then with that, I will have the jury. Oh, go ahead. Looks like Attorney Opper has some issues she wants to raise.
Yes, I just have one question, Your Honor. Would I have permission to put the easel up and display some of the poster boards? I did confer with Captain Dussault as far as security.
Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. So I just saw y'all remember I did my video on Allegio and Nature Boy, and the the concubines have posted just for Allegio. So what's his name? Harvey Weinstein's rape conviction was overturned. So this is giving them hope that they can get justice for Allegio, because this dude's rape conviction was overturned. So Allegio's rape conviction can be overturned. Y'all need to stop. Stop it. He gone for a life sentence plus 10 years. It's over.
Concerned, and he agreed to it if the court would give me that authority.
Where would it be displayed?
He's going to put it like right here, and then you want me standing at this table during.
I do.
Yes, so I would just position it like right here. And I don't have to leave it up through the whole thing. I realize it blocks the view of people in the courtroom.
Well, history is very important. A lot of people who went to law school and whatnot, they majored in something as pointless as history or psychology, or like me, criminal justice. And you're pretty much forced to go back to school because you can't get a real job in your field.
He could still see
All
me
right.
and the jury.
With that caveat, yes, I will allow that.
All right.
Objection. What is that? What is supposed to be put up?
None of your business.
Previously admitted, Your Honor, it's exhibit 15 and 130, I believe.
So
You got
are
all
they
the exhibits.
I'm confused to what they are.
Got all
Mr.
the
Brooks, I
exhibits.
made a ruling. The state has made a request. I've granted it.
Yeah, but I'm
terms
saying,
of-
Oh, well,
I
welcome,
don't
Cassandra.
understand what's being shown. Should not have the right to ask, to object and ask what it is that's actually going to be shown.
What?
The state's put on the record what it is. They are exhibits that have previously been received by the court during the course of this trial. That is proper
thank you,
for
Cassandra.
a party to do that during its closing arguments.
So can I put up exhibits?
She was like, oh God, here he goes.
Mr. Brooks, I don't know what you have planned for your closing argument.
I'm making a request, the same request. May I be able to put up
Well, I guess it
exhibits?
depends on what it is, sir. So I'm not going to take up any more time, because what I intend to do is, once the state goes through its closing, I may take just a short comfort break depending on how long it is. And if there's something in particular, you will need to tell me what it is. As long as it's an exhibit from this case, then I wouldn't have an issue with it.
They would be from this case, obviously.
Obviously.
It's just not nothing that the state has.
Oh.
I'm not aware of
Hey, Charlotte.
exhibits that the state wouldn't have, that you would have. Everything that's been received, we have a list.
What's wrong with him,
So
y'all?
if it's not something that was received during
Hey,
the
Miss
trial
Tanya.
as an exhibit by the court, unless you tell me what it is so that I can make a ruling, I can't see how it would be relevant or appropriate for your closing argument.
They're
Happy birthday.
part of my filings that you filed.
The filings have no relevance to the issues that are before the jury. The closing arguments are to direct the jury so that they have your arguments, so that when they go back to determine the issues in this case, which are related to whether you're guilty or not guilty of the 76 charges, things like subject matter jurisdiction or like that would not be something that would be proper before this jury. Those are legal issues.
Miss Tanya, it's him again.
The jury is the judge of the facts. The court is the judge of the law. That's why I have all of these jury instructions to give to the jury.
I'm not referring to subject matter jurisdiction.
What are you referring to then? Be very specific so I can make a finding and ruling.
I was specific, my other filings.
That's not specific.
Not specific enough, sir. What are you
My
referring
court
to?
docket
Which
sheet.
filing?
Docket sheet.
Let me know when you're done, Your Honor.
Which filing, sir? Not generally, but specifically.
Are you done?
Oh, bitch, better respond to me.
Are you done?
Sir, that's very rude and
No, I'm
disrespectful.
I didn't know if you was finna say something. That's why I'm asking, are you done?
What
Your
filing
Honor,
are
how
you
come
referring
every
to?
time I try, even when I try to err on the side of caution, you find some way to make it to be something that it's not? I didn't know if you was gonna say something else.
I've asked a question, sir. So when I do that, I would hope it would convey to you I'm looking for an answer. So which filing are you referring to?
All my filings, my notice of appearance, my statement of particulars, my bond, the court docket sheet, all of those filings.
The request to display those to the jury is denied. It's not relevant.
How is it not relevant? Not even your
That's my
oath of office?
determination, sir. So I am going to start this.
Not even your oath of office can.
What the hell? Her oath of office got to do with you running over at 90 some folks? What make that make sense? Somebody make it make sense. What her oath of office got to do with you taking your ass in your mobile home out of your mama's backyard with extension cords and dirty clothes? How is it her oath of office has anything to do with you? Is what I want to know. I've been waiting for almost 2 years now, and I still haven't figured out what her oath of office and the docket she has to do with him killing people, innocent people, killing a baby, what is it, 8-year-old, the same age as your daddy's girl that you don't give two flying dams about. Let's continue.
Can be shown?
No, that is not relevant to these proceedings, sir.
It is.
It's not relevant in front of the jury.
Why is it not relevant? Can you,
Mr. Brooks,
explain why that's not relevant?
You are not going to be able to raise those types of issues and present a closing argument based upon my oath of office, whether I'm licensed to practice law in the state of Wisconsin.
I said your oath
whether
of
there's
office.
subject
I didn't
matter
say anything.
jurisdiction, whether you consent to this appearance or not. None of those things help the jury determine the issues in this case, which are related to whether you are guilty or not guilty of the 76 charges that have
the jury
filed
should
in
know
this
that
case.
they should know the truth in their duties, in their rights. They should know that at least.
Mr. Brooks, I'm putting you on notice that if you continue with this insistence upon presenting information that.
If y'all want to know what a statement of particulars is, it's a statement, it's a document that lists specific details about something. It is similar to a bill of particulars, which provides a detailed breakdown of charges in a legal case. Like in legal legislative drafting, a statement of principle is a sentence or paragraph that explains the purpose of a law. So statement of particulars is just a document that details something. So pretty much nothing is what it is. Nothing. For him anyway.
That's not properly before the jury as evidence in this case, that I will instruct you during your closing argument to move on and potentially ask the jury, have the jury leave so that I can admonish you. And if you keep insisting on that, sir, that will be in direct violation of the court's direction.
So they can't even know that I got a shock device on my ankle.
They absolutely do not need to know that.
Why
so it's
not?
Not relevant to the determinations of guilt or innocence in this
It's
case.
the truth.
See, I wish that she had stopped that right then and there and said, no, you are not wearing a shock device. Not saying the jury doesn't need to know that you're wearing a shock device, because it almost makes it seem like, he's actually wearing a shock device and she's being purposefully misleading.
Mr. Brooks, your custodial status is not on trial here.
I will argue that it is.
Your conduct from November 21st of 2021 is
that hasn't been proven.
What?
You may not bring up the way that you've been shackled. It's not relevant, sir.
It's
and if
the
you
truth.
do so, you do it at your peril. But here's the
there
thing:
is
the
no
jury
peril.
is specifically.
It's my right,
no,
though.
Let me go.
So stupid.
It's my constitutional right.
To put your head
Just
in the
like
noose.
under the First Amendment, which I preserved my First Amendment right when I came in this morning, I also preserved my Sixth Amendment right.
Please stop. You do not have an unfettered First Amendment right. That is very clear based upon.
What do you
all
mean
the
by
case law.
unfettered? What do you mean by
gosh.
unfettered?
It
I
means
don't.
it is not absolute. It can be restricted.
So the Constitution of the United States can be constricted.
Yes.
Mr. Brooks, I'm putting you on notice that if you continue with your insistence on raising issues that are,
I'm going to
merely a
raise issues that the
distraction,
jury needs
that
to
are-
know,
they're not
regardless,
issues.
because they're under the rights of the United States Constitution, which
Mr.
is
Brooks,
the law
I
of the
direct
land.
your attention to closing instruction 460.
I'm
which
going.
will be
I'm
read
going
the
to
jury
let the
at some
jury
point.
know the truth,
Troglodyte.
their duty and their rights
Mm.
under the First Amendment and under the Sixth Amendment. I have the right to inform them of their rights, of the truth, and of their duties.
So your last ditch effort, part of your trial strategy, after you've acted a complete ass for 2 whole weeks, every time you've been in front of the jury, and you have had them in and out of the courtroom because you cannot contain your stupidity and you have to act a fucking fool. So now you think, okay, well, since I made such an impression on these people that they're going to ignore all of the evidence that they've seen. They're going to ignore me in the vehicle with the window down. They're going to ignore me in the vehicle running somebody over on camera. They're going to ignore me in the vehicle at the little nice dude's house that gave him the sandwich in his pocket. We're going to ignore all of those things, and they are going to allow me to leave because they have the power to nullify. And if anybody had controlled the zap button, it's him. God bless his face, how he kept it straight the entire time. God love him. Love him. I don't want to play poker or no type of game against him because I'd never know because he keeps his face the entire time.
Under the First Amendment and under the Sixth Amendment of the Constitution of these United States.
Oh, Constitution, yep.
You can't, no state law can override that.
Mr.
Any
Brooks,
law,
do you intend
any
to
law
keep this up when the
repugnant.
jury comes
Repugnant.
out?
Your Honor.
Because I need to
No, I
have
do
the
not. That's
state-
why I'm addressing this before they come out. That's why I'm trying to address this before they come out, so it doesn't become an issue once they're in here.
Oh,
But under the First Amendment and under the Sixth Amendment of the Constitution, which are rights that I preserved the moment we stepped in here this morning when this proceedings started.
the second
I
you stepped
preserved
in.
those rights for the record. And now you're telling me that those rights are not, would you say unfettered or I don't know what you say. I don't even know what that means. I don't even understand that.
Right. No.
But any law repugnant of the United States Constitution is null and void.
Mr. Brooks, I'm putting you on notice that you can also forfeit by your conduct the right to present a closing argument. In appropriate circumstances, the right to present a closing argument.
Now, being black folks is everywhere now. So there was some black people in Waukesha. I saw a couple of them in the video, some video clips. I saw a couple sprinkling in, it'd be a sea of salt with a couple of pepper, specks in there, We everywhere.
Different than the right to testify may be subject to forfeiture where your conduct is incompatible with the assertion of the right at issue. The goals that this court has attempted to follow throughout this proceeding are multifaceted and multifold. Number one, I do have an obligation and I have done my best to ensure that this is a fair trial. However, a fair trial does not mean a defendant has unfettered rights to state whatever he wants when he wants. This court, not only through the course of the trial, is deemed with the responsibility to control the presentation of evidence so as to ensure fairness and reliability of the criminal trial process.
See, we everywhere.
It also includes ensuring that the closing arguments are relevant, are appropriate. This court must also be concerned with efficiency and effectiveness, and of course, last but not least,
And I heard that Waukesha is very diverse. It's a very ethnically diverse city.
unfettered First Amendment rights or an unfettered Sixth Amendment right, sir. You must conform your conduct to the rules of decorum, the rules of evidence, and the rules of procedure. While you have a right to present relevant and probative arguments to this jury, you may not. She
was in that car going like, dear God, please watch over me. I got to deal with this ignorant sack of shit today and keep a smile on my face and try and seem as impartial as possible. I have a theater to run. I am campaigning for the Supreme Court, and I'm fixing to get this black ass bastard and have him locked away. And I'm gonna be a hero, a she-ro. Look at all this reading. You wasting your time and your voice and everything else on him because he's not listening to a word that you got to say. You just talking for your benefit. Just talking, and just talking and talking, and he ain't listening.
Rock versus Arkansas.
See, you giving out case law. He ain't listening. He don't care. He not writing nothing down. He not looking up nothing. He probably is staring blankly in his Bible.
Decision. I looked it up earlier. And I'll just pull it up and tell you the case site so that you
thank you,
have
Katie. We everywhere, B Blanco. We everywhere.
Herring versus New York, found at 422 U.S. 853 in 1970.
Her clerk did a whole lot of work that night to come up with all these cases. She was like, we're gonna make sure we had everything. So when he tried this crap, we're gonna have it ready. We're gonna just go case after case after case. I know he ain't gonna listen to it and don't understand none of it, but case after case after case after case. I want y'all to know that I know what I'm talking about. Case after case after case after case. Case after case. You don't keep going. Case after case.
Maybe forfeited by
case after case after case.
Court. Just like it attempted to do with regard to your right to testify and set up reasonable restrictions so as to meet all of the goals that the court needs to meet, will be as follows. And that is again, sir, you may not bring up matters that are not relevant to the determination of.
She won't be eating Bojangles. She'll be getting some Chick-fil-A. Yep, darling, make sure that you have me some Chick-fil-A with the kale salad, and I want some lemonade with no ice. I need to have that ready. I need my nuggets and I need my fries.
Must be based on the law.
Have that ready for me.
As you interpret the law, but as the law is, you must base your closing arguments on the facts that have been established during this case, meaning the evidence, the testimony. As I indicated earlier, the purpose of a closing argument is to summarize the facts, marshal arguments, and focus the issues for the jury. It is fair that you comment on evidence, including arguing evidence to the conclusion or
this dude makes black people want to join the KKK. That's how bad this fool is. Like, we don't share nothing, no type of nothing with him. Yeah, he needs to be hung on a tree.
Yeah,
I'm with you
regarding truth or falsity of any testimony or evidence.
I've set him on fire myself.
It would be improper to ask a jury to draw inferences that the parties know are not true. And your comments on evidence is limited to evidence in the case. You may not comment on facts outside the record
or
peculiarly within your own knowledge.
Glad they shocked him. The shock.
And that is just some of the guidelines for determining the proprietary of arguments.
See, she's using too many big words. Proprietary of arguments. He don't know what that means.
So you are put on notice, sir, that even without an objection, this court may, in an effort to preserve the dignity, the decorum, and to keep the issues properly before the jury, may advise you during your closing argument to move on. If you do not honor the court's ruling,
She trying so
then
hard.
you will run the risk of forfeiting your right to be present and potentially forfeiting your right to further present your closing argument. With that, I am bringing this jury out to complete the instructions that I need to complete to add to the credibility.
Hey, AKA
instruction, the
Shaza.
paragraph on implicit bias, and to let them know the full instructions that they received will have it, to read 160 closing arguments of the parties, and then to have the state go first as they bear the burden of proof.
Now, Your Honor, I just let you make your record. I didn't overtalk you. I didn't interrupt you.
Oh, good,
Is
good.
that fair to say?
Hmm.
I let you make the record.
Oh, you let her.
With all due respect, when will I be able to make the record? As I've tried to do numerous times by saying I wanted to present an offer of proof for my appeal. That's the chance for me to be able to make the record.
You are
I'm
so
denying your request to make
stupid.
an offer of proof regarding your appeal. It's
So,
not, I am
I'm
not
not allowed to
required
make the
to give you
record at
that
all, Your Honor?
opportunity, sir.
I'm not allowed
Sir.
to make the record at all,
What an idiot.
as I just let you did, because some of the
Sir,
issues
I
has
have,
been some
you
of the
have
issues
told me
has
what
been
you want to do. I
Your
told
Honor.
you you can't. I've
Your Honor.
addressed
Your
the
Honor,
request.
some of the issues have been me over talking you and interrupting you. I did not
Li-
do that.
Like you're doing now. Yes, yes.
Even though everything that you said, you have not proven for the record, and it's unlawful law. You haven't shown one time that is lawful for you to do what you've been doing as
Mr.
far
Brooks,
as your rulings.
once again, I'm not going to debate with you the prior rulings of this court. There's absolutely no need at this point for you to
Your
make an
Honor.
offer of proof regarding my prior rulings or decisions that you disagree with.
Your Honor,
You
I'm
will have
going
an
to
opportunity,
inform.
if
I'm going
convicted,
to inform the
raise
jury.
every issue.
Contempt. Hold me in contempt.
Hold him.
I have constitutional rights that are being trampled on, and you're coming up with ways to make a lawful law where it doesn't say in Illinois versus Allen anywhere about utilizing the
Records
mute button.
reflect that the jury bailiff is in here. However, the jury is still in the hallway. I'm going to give Mr. Brooks one more opportunity to be respectful of the court's rulings, whether
Your
he
Honor,
agrees with them
I
or
haven't
not.
dishonored the court. I'm merely exercising my rights under the Constitution, under the
Lord
First
help him.
Amendment, and under the Sixth Amendment.
Mr. Brooks, your rights do not include you disrupting these proceedings
I'm not
the way that you have through
disrupting
the
the
course
proceedings. You
of
just
3
told
weeks.
me you don't have to honor my constitutional rights in so many words. You're using a mute button
Mr.
that's
Brooks,
not
the
even in your
jury is
decision.
outside this door.
Good
They're
God.
not brought in
I'm
yet.
informed that
I'm
the jury. I'm
asking
informed
you
that the jury
To
is
be
outside the
respectful
door.
of their time.
They're not in the courtroom.
I'm
They're not
asking you to
present.
be respectful of the court's ruling.
Don't you love how he likes to move forward in a threatening manner to try and intimidate her? You know, you can't, you don't have any control. You can't do anything, but you're trying to use your body, and you're using your body language to intimidate the judge. Because black men are all, black people are scary. So not him, because he's, like 2 inches tall, but generally speaking, we're scary.
They're not present. These are issues that need to be resolved before they're present.
Mr. Brooks, they will not be resolved to your satisfaction.
It's not about my
The
satisfaction.
record
It's
has
about the
been
Constitution. It's about what's right.
What's
Are you
right?
going to
Are you going
follow
to
the
answer
court's
questions as a public
requirement?
servant on why you're making up laws that are not in the
Uh,
Illinois versus Allen and never utilized
the
the
jury
mute button?
can
It
go
never
back
said
to the
anything
jury.
about a
Thank
mute
you.
button.
Good God, he's
It is
stupid.
clear
Why
that
am I
Mr.
being
Brooks has
muted?
absolutely no intention of following the simple
You're being muted because you won't shut the fuck
rules
up.
of decorum and courtesy. He has repeatedly talked over me. He's repeatedly interrupted. Even though I've made rulings, he's not respectful of the fact that I made a ruling, even though he disagrees with it.
How can you
I
make
attempted
it?
to bring the jury out,
How can you
and
utilize a mute
he
button?
continued to talk.
That's
So, Mr. Brooks, you
Your
have
Honor.
forfeited your right
Your
to
Honor.
be present for the state's
is that
closing
not,
argument.
Your Honor?
You will
Can
be
you answer
taken
this
to
question?
the courtroom next
As a
door, and I
public
will
servant,
invite you back over when it's time for
You
your
can't
closing
invite me
arguments.
back over. I can reclaim my right. So how can you invite me
All
to
right,
do
the
anything?
courtroom is to be cleared so that Mr. Brooks can be removed to the next courtroom, and I'll make appropriate findings when he's in the other
Yeah,
courtroom when I can
and
do
you'll
so
mute me,
without
which you can't lawfully do.
interruption.
You can't lawfully mute me. So now you're trampling over my First Amendment.
Shut up. Nobody cares about what you're talking about. Oh, yeah. Oh, somebody upset. Oh, yeah. Y'all got me in this room again. Why am I in this room again? Y'all see what she did? And she making laws that ain't lawfully law. She making rules that's not lawfully law, unlawfully law. She don't let me produce none of my documents, my statement particulars, all of my filings, my ICF forms, my docu sheet. Y'all not let me present any evidence in that the vehicle could not be stopped. The vehicle could not be stopped. Look, and he trying to ear hustle over there. I'm looking at the courtroom and say all these white folks in here. And they looking at me. I'm looking at them, and they looking at me, and I'm looking at them. What y'all looking at over there? Y'all don't see what's going on here? Y'all don't see the injustice that's going on here? This is a crime, and it's a shame, and it's a scandal.
Quiet in the courtroom, please.
I can't hear.
We are
I'm
back on
muted.
the record. Appearances are as they were before, except that Mr. Brooks has been removed to the other courtroom. The court did that because we came out on the record at 2:00 following the lunch break.
Well, you know, he was scared. What's his name? Not Corey. Runkle and y'all know the guy, the white guy that said, "If my jacket come off, it's me some trouble."
Previously addressed or which are meritless and do not warrant any further response. He is insistent on making a record and an offer of proof. This would not be the appropriate procedural mechanism, meaning an offer of proof at this time. We are not in the midst of a trial where the court's made an evidentiary ruling that would require the preservation of the record by making an offer of proof. This court has been attempting, frankly, all day to get through the reading of jury instructions, to get to the point where the parties make their closing arguments, and ultimately to put this case in the jury's hands. It has been challenging.
Y'all, I'm telling you, when I did some research on him, they had videos from Asia, and they were talking about Darrell Brooks. It was worldwide. This fuckery was worldwide, and he was the embarrassment of everyone except himself.
To not respect the fact that a ruling has been made, and he wants to argue and re-argue and re-argue points that this court has already gone over. And in an effort to simply put him on notice regarding his behavior, given the history of this case, the court was attempting to set some parameters regarding closing arguments so that they are focused, so that they are proper, and that they follow the law.
Okay, she's talking. Let's go to Opera the Chopper.
Stop and adjust accordingly. Okay. Thank you. If you would like, before the jury comes out, we could do a test. All right, and it should be this on the left of the screen. Have one at the top. It would be, it's probably looking. You asking that head. Let us know.
Oh, look, somebody mad. Somebody's mad. Somebody's upset. Yes, cocker pants. Yes, poo-poo in the cocker pants. Yes.
All rise for the jury, please.
She's like, oh, thank God. I'm getting this over the finish line. Thank God. Thank God. Yes, come on in, good people. You got some work to do. And look, he's scared. He's nervous. He's like, shit. I was trying to prolong this as long as I possibly could. And these bitches that worked against me, and now they got the jury in here, and we still haven't addressed subject matter jurisdiction on the record. Oh, what can I say? What can I say? Look at that big ass.
Thank you, everyone.
Pants.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when I read the jury instruction to you previously regarding credibility,
hey, bitch.
a prior version of
Look at
the
me,
jury
bitch.
instruction. Now, what I read to you in the very
Come
beginning,
on.
or
Hey,
at the very
bitch.
beginning of this case, was the most recent. I am going to read a short paragraph, but also tell you that in the packet that will be sent.
Girl, I don't care about any of that. Look at the opera the chopper.
Any other criminal case you've that sets
I love opera the chopper.
from
All right.
PowerPoint. Yes.
Opera the chopper.
Hold on one second. Mr. Brooks, do you have an objection?
I thought I was supposed to be unmuted.
You are now. All right. Attorney Opera, you may start.
Over here playing with
Judge.
me. Bitches.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's kind of nice to stand here in the middle of the courtroom, you know, all week or the last 3 weeks. They shoved me at the end of the table because I'm the lefty in the group. It's nice to be able to look at you all and say thank you. Truly thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Each and every one of you. I want to express our sincere gratitude from the prosecution team, myself, Deputy District Attorney Leslie Basie, Assistant District Attorney Zach Woodchow. There's no one in this courtroom that does not realize the sacrifice that you've made serving your community in this very important task. You've put your lives on hold. I don't even want to hear from your bosses. Thank you. You've watched these proceedings and you've noticed as we sit at our prosecution table, we don't have a client at our table. But rest assured, we do represent someone. We represent the people of the state of Wisconsin. It's an entity. I can't bring it to the courtroom. People enact laws. People want to feel safe. People have representatives in Madison.
Hey, Darrell, this what she's saying, it concerns you. That's answering your question about how is the state able to be a witness. She's just explaining it to you. You need to be listening, but I know you're not.
Or Washington, D.C. that sets standards, rules that we all are expected to live by. And when those rules are violated, prosecutors step in and enforce the law. Darrell Brooks does not represent anybody. He does not have a client. Darrell Brooks is the client. Darrell Brooks is the defendant. The state of Wisconsin is the plaintiff.
The defendant.
It's really that simple. And it's consistent with any other criminal case you've ever heard about at any other time in any other jurisdiction. It runs the same, no matter what state or federal.
The defendant.
I'm going to ask you for your guilty vote at the end of my comments. It's up to you.
That's right,
I can't tell you to do anything, except I'm going to say one thing to you that I wholeheartedly ask you to obey.
Attorney Opera, I'm sorry for the interruption. Your objection, sir?
Mischaracterization of who I am and the way it was said. I feel like it was talking down.
All right, your objection's noted. It's overruled. The state may continue.
Shut up, trash.
You must not consider anything about Darrell Brooks other than his conduct in downtown Waukesha on the.
So y'all remember when he did his closing and he was saying this was not an attack, messing with the chopper there.
Evening of November 21, 2021.
Hey, Tony.
Nothing he's done before that. Nothing he's done since that. When you go back to that deliberation,
objection.
Please obey Judge Darrell. Confine your comments to his conduct on November 21 of 21.
Mm-hmm.
Is he guilty of the 76 counts?
Yes, the hell he is. Mm-hmm.
That and solely that should be your topic of discussion.
Yes, Jason Statham.
So, what are the charges against Darrell Brooks? Thank you for your patience in listening to the jury instructions. They must be read for each and every count. But sadly, they can be summarized very quickly like this, as far as the actual counts. Counts 1 through 6 are first-degree intentional homicide while armed with a dangerous weapon. Counts 7 through 67, first-degree recklessly endangering safety while armed with a dangerous weapon. Counts 68 through 74, hit and run causing death. Counts 75 and 76, bail jumping, and count 77, battery.
Whoa.
Mr. Brooks, what is your objection?
I have 76 charges, not 77.
Oh, well, that makes it better that you have 76 instead of 77. I thought it wasn't you, though. So how do you have 76 charges? Because it's not you, remember? Who is you? Who is you? I don't know. Who is you?
Mischaracterization of the charges.
That is correct. It is sustained. It should be count 68 through 73, I believe, and then 74 through 75, and then 76.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do apologize for my math skills. 68 through 73, 74 and 75 are bail jumping, and 76 is battery. I apologize for that misstatement. We're going to talk about counts 1 through 67 in detail. Counts 68 through 73, hit and run causing death, in my opinion, are easily summarized as this. He never stopped. Never.
Ever.
Bail jumping, he was out on bail for 2 files in Milwaukee County, facing felony charges there. He was ordered to not commit any further crimes. If you believe he was involved in any of the conduct charging counts 1 through 67, you should find him guilty of bail jumping.
Oh, they will.
Battery, that relates to the split lip and black eye suffered by Erica Patterson. We told the story kind of backwards. We started with the battery for background. First-degree intentional homicide. You've seen this in our opening statement. You've heard it from Judge Darrell. Did Darrell Brooks cause the death of the victim, a victim? Did he act with intent to kill, meaning either the mental purpose to take the life of another or was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being?
I'm healing.
Count 1, Ginny Sorensen. Count 2, Lee Owen.
All right. I'll be
Count
back.
3, Tamara Durand.
Well, I got.
Count 4, Jane Kulik. Count 5, Bill Hospital. Count 6, Jackson Sparks. Those are the individuals who lost their lives because of the conduct of Darrell Brooks. From there, we go to reckless endangering safety. What is that? In this case, it means that through his reckless driving, he endangered the safety of other people. And he did so demonstrating utter disregard for human life. Now, behind me is State's Exhibit 15. It's also on the PowerPoint. If you choose, you may have this chart with you in the deliberation room to help you walk through each of these counts if you find it helpful. It's up to you. If you don't want it, you don't have to have it. But it will be available for you if you ask for it. And it'll take you, as we did in our presentation of the case, right down Main Street and address all the counts that were involved, all the counts that were charged. To prove reckless endangering safety, and I'm just going to go back one slide, nowhere do you see there that we have to prove any degree of injury to anyone. Never once did Judge Darrell instruct you that somebody has to be physically injured. Now, Detective Casey told you that was the standard we used in deciding of all these hundreds of thousands of people who is included in these charges. And a decision was made by the prosecution team to include people who were physically injured to be efficient in our prosecution. And so everybody up and down the street, I would argue, had their safety endangered that day. I didn't charge 5,000 counts. We selected 61 counts.
So that means that there are more people who were injured. There was even more than the 76 people that he injured. There was more. He didn't sit down and shut up.
People that we can identify by name in Exhibit 15 that were injured by the conduct of Mr. Brooks. Those are the people in green. People in red are the fatalities. And we presented this case to you in much the same fashion that is presented here on Exhibit 15 as to how the injuries occurred going down that street. So we are absolutely held to our burden of proof and the elements for each offense that Judge Darrell instructed you on. But we are not required to prove any injury to anybody.
Nope.
The question is, was their safety endangered by his reckless conduct?
Yes.
His reckless driving.
Hey, Linda, welcome.
Now, some of the groups, it's pretty easy. They walked in a formation, and you can get a photograph or a diagram, and you can kind of see pretty easily who was located where, right? And you can think back.
He's draining, but he's so entertaining to watch.
And remember, and you'll see him again, the path of the vehicle as it went through each of these groups.
It's vehicle, not vehicle. Vehicle.
This is South Band, of course. All of these names that are being displayed on the PowerPoint Exhibit 21 are on Exhibit 15 in green for Waukesha South Band. Pretty much the whole left half of the formation was endangered by the safety of Darrell Brooks driving up the side of that band.
Which one is he? He's somebody's son that got killed. I don't know if it was I don't remember, but that's the one that said you deserve contempt and death. And even God hates you. I love him.
The extreme dance team. It's a little difficult to read, but again, this chart was marked as an exhibit. It's exhibit number 33. If you want it, you can have it in the jury room. The names on this chart will match the names for the extreme dance team on State's Exhibit 15. All of the girls that were struck and injured as they marched with the extreme dance team. Plus, some people on the back that were handing out candy or serving in support roles
Tony,
as the unit made its way down the street. The dancing grannies. State's Exhibit 54. The formation that they marched in, who was located where, and your recollection of how that SUV zigzagged through that group. And you can just see the names and match it up to who was injured and killed versus who wasn't. Now, one of the big things in this case has always been, why did this happen? What was he thinking? Why did he do this?
Who knows?
Again, those are things I don't necessarily have to prove to you.
Oh, okay.
His intent, I do have to prove, and I submit without any doubt. There's overwhelming evidence that this was an intentional act by Darrell Brooks and an act of utter disregard for human life.
Oh, that's that phrase.
I say that for these reasons, folks.
Utter disregard.
Number one, first and foremost, just stop driving.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. It's really that simple. Not one person had to be hurt that day if he would have just stopped driving.
Excuse me, Attorney Opper, your objection, sir?
You specifically, I'm sorry, can I be heard?
Your objection, sir?
I didn't know if I was on mute or not.
You're not.
You specifically said,
Well, everyone is
in your
welcome
jury
here, dog
instructions,
mom.
that intent cannot be, you can't look into someone's mind, I think is what it says, to find intent. So how could that be characterized as someone knowing for sure intent or not knowing for sure intent?
You're making an argument. You'll have an opportunity to do that later. Your objection's noted. It's overruled. The state may continue.
Nobody cares, doofus.
I apologize.
We showed you at the very beginning. Remember, our first witness was Sergeant Warner, the man who was the incident commander for the parade. We
I'm
put
sure
up
he has,
another
Miss
map.
Tanya. I'm sure he
I
has.
think it states Exhibit 1. You can have that if you want it. Shows all the positions of all the police officers and the reserve officers, the barricades, the squad cars. How do I know it was intentional? Because even Darrell Brooks told Detective Carpenter, I could tell something was going on downtown.
There's a lot of shit blocked off.
No reasonable person would drive upon this area, see the squads with their red and blues on, see the officers in the street with their bright yellow vests, see all the people milling around, see the floats lining up and the participants getting ready, and not know to drive safely, slowly, and obey officers.
Yeah, Dodge was his
barricades
temporary home.
Help us prove it was intentional. The police presence help us prove it's intentional. The parade participants help us prove it's intentional. And the parade spectators help us prove it's intentional.
Excuse me, Attorney Opper, your objection, sir?
Speculation as to what the alleged defendant said he saw. It was never.
Your objection's noted. It's overruled. This is closing arguments, not the evidentiary phase.
He don't know difference.
So how can speculation be made to what was saw?
Your objection's noted. It's overruled. Continue, Attorney Opper.
Am I muted?
The horn. Quite interesting that Mr. Brooks asked so many witnesses if they heard the horn honking.
Uh-oh.
Some of them said they did at the beginning of the parade. Yeah, I heard a horn honk. Most of them said they didn't. The horn honking cuts both ways, folks. If he's honking his horn, that means he can see something's in front of him.
Uh-oh.
That means he knows there's an object in the road.
Uh-oh.
You can rely on your common experience in your affairs of everyday life. If you see something in the road and you want to alert the other person to your presence, you will honk. But you do not have the green light to then just keep going if they don't move.
Uh-oh.
He knew they were there. Intent. I've skipped one. I'm sorry. Going back to my street, number 15, I failed to include the
oh, hey, little mama.
Catholic community. That's just one of the photographs showing the people that will match up to Exhibit 15.
Little mama, you giving your age away. You have a picture of Smurfette up there. And I think that's the old original Smurfette. You over here with me watching the Smurfs on Saturday morning cartoons.
The community of Waukesha. There's a lot of photographs identifying the people that were marching with that group.
Oh.
The parade started. This is the starting point, or at least near the beginning.
Thank you, little mama.
This is the area. We showed some videos of the groups passing by in this area. We heard testimony from 4 different police officers.
Thank you, Wonder Joy.
Standing in 4 different spots near here, telling of their 4 different efforts to stop him. Intentional. Sergeant Wander's back here.
They got court coming up
that this red
in the next
SUV
couple of months with
blew
Erica.
by me. I waved both arms over my head. I'm in a police uniform. I have an unmarked squad, but I have my red and blues on. And he blew past me. He gets down here to the corner where Detective Casey is standing. Detective Casey runs out into the street, gets close enough to put his hand on the hood of the car. He keeps going. He comes down, turns onto Main Street, gets in this area of East Avenue to the south and Buckley Street to the north. This is where he encounters Officer Schneider and Officer Buttrin. They each make a separate effort to stop him, and he keeps going. 4 police officers. It's intentional.
He said, fuck the police.
He had plenty of opportunity to just stop anywhere along the way. One of the officers testified to it. I think it was Officer Schneider. This was an accident, and he mistakenly wandered onto the parade route after passing all this. And he mistakenly wandered onto the parade route. At any point, all he had to do was stop. They could have paused the parade. They could have moved the barricades and escorted him out. He didn't. It was intentional. He went on for 4 blocks. 4 blocks. It was intentional. He reached speeds of approximately 30 miles an hour. That's intentional.
Yep.
He plowed through 68 different people. 68.
How?
How can you hit 1 and keep going?
How?
How can you hit 2 and keep going? How can you hit 3 and keep going? Didn't phase him a bit.
At all?
He kept going until he got to the end, and there was no more bodies to hit.
No fucks given.
It's intentional.
Mischaracterization of the evidence.
Shut up.
Noted, overruled.
Well, good for
His
you, Miss
conduct when
Tanya.
he left the parade route. We'll get into this.
I hope you like it.
His flight, his hiding, his panic, his desperation to run. Get the hell out of town as fast as he could
Bad bitch.
before the cops came. That shows his intent. His interview with Detective Carpenter, we spent several hours playing you snippets of that interview. How telling was that? Never once did he say any of these things. Never once did he say, like he told you in his opening statement, it wasn't an accident. It wasn't intentional. Never said that to Detective Carpenter. No, he came up with some convoluted story about
Magical
I got
Marcus.
a ride out here from a buddy in a tan Kia.
Magical
and
Marcus.
then I left.
What happened? Oh, what? Hold on. I don't know what just happened. Okay, hold on. I got it back. Give me a second. Thing just died on me. Just ugh. All right.
Buddy in a tan Kia, and then I left to go meet Erica, and we got into a fight, and then I went back, and the other guy got into a fight, and he was leaving, so I took off on foot.
My main
Absolutely
man, Marcus.
nonsensical story.
Yeah, Marcus.
Does not match up with the known evidence in this case.
Yes, he did hack into my computer.
He never
I
stopped.
didn't even state the objection.
It's gonna be stupid.
Closing argument. She may continue.
I'm going to play this slide, which is a snippet from State's Exhibit number 53.
Don't get mad, Darrell. Don't get mad.
Go ahead and play with sound, please.
I know the screams, man.
That was just a snippet that I selected because I thought it really captured the environment that so many witnesses tried to explain to you, right? It's a Christmas parade. People are there with their families, their little kids, their grandkids, their neighbors, their friends.
Just like
strangers,
Cindy Lou Who.
standing next to strangers. That's what's going on Main Street. While that's going on Main Street, this is going on.
Uh-oh.
Remember this? This is the gas station on the corner of Barstow and North Street.
They got the
While
helicopter
the units
footage.
are marching down Main Street, entertaining the crowd, Darrell Brooks is driving recklessly.
Like a
He's
dumbass.
enraged.
Mm-hmm. Ugly.
And he's arguing with Erica Patterson.
Don't forget ugly.
Why is this important? This is important because before he even gets to the parade route, this is how he's driving. He drives the wrong way down North Street and then acts like it's everybody else's fault in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. You may continue, Attorney Opper.
When he finally pulls into the gas station, he rolls down his window and yells at the driver who's properly stopped at the stoplight that it's somehow that guy's fault that Darrell Brooks is trying to drive the wrong way down North Street.
Uh-oh.
And from there, the rage continues. We get to this point, State's Exhibit number 3. Please play.
Look at this little bitch. And Corey Runkle said, bitch, you're not going to attack my friend. Look at him fighting women.
Video's playing. You can see
Look at
the
him.
pushing match between Darrell Brooks,
Chesting up.
Corey Runkle, Erica Patterson, and Nick Kirby.
Hey, Risa.
Watch this. He turns to get in the car.
Yeah, he's like, fuck you,
flips
bitch.
up his hood
Mm-hmm.
and goes and gets in the passenger seat. I'm sorry, driver's seat.
How long are we going to mischaracterize testimony?
Sir's argument. I've heard nothing improper. Your objection's noted. It's overruled. You may continue, Attorney Opper.
Thank you.
They need to know they can nullify.
There he goes.
That's it. He drives off onto the parade route.
You nullify.
From this moment, right here on Exhibit 15,
Mm-hmm.
you're watching it. He's enraged.
And ugly.
He's angry. Flips up that hood, and he zooms past Sergeant Warner, past Officer Casey, onto the parade route. Now, there's no doubt for the first 2 blocks, he does not strike anyone. And as we've discussed,
So that's
some
good.
even said he was driving at a reasonable speed initially.
Initially.
By the time he gets past Officer Buttrin and Officer Schneider in this area here of East Avenue, past East Avenue, and clearly once he gets past Barstow, that's where it starts, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's where it starts. Nicole White, our first victim, walking with Remax and the hot air balloon. Knocks her over, keeps going, runs up and over the backs of Waukesha South Band.
How?
Hits the green children
Wow.
spectating on the sidewalk, keeps going, runs over Kelly Grabo and her daughter Adelia, walking with Burris Logistics.
Cindy Lou
Keeps
Who.
going, plows through the entire extreme dance team just before the 5 points, keeps going, hits Deborah Ramirez and her son Isaac spectating on the south side of the street, keeps going, clears the 5 points area, hits Jane Kulik square on, causing her to go up on the hood of the car.
Damn.
And then fall off and drives over her body.
Damn.
He doesn't stop. He keeps going. Runs through the kids over by the steaming cup. We heard the parents testify about little Brinley and Kelsey and Owen that were standing there outside the steaming cup. They were struck by the red SUV driven by Darrell Brooks. Keeps going.
It's still so sad.
Plows through the grannies in that zigzag fashion, striking most of them, injuring them, killing them, keeps going, gets down here to the end and goes through the Catholic community. The witness, remember Holly Berg, she testified about that mobile gas station incident. She said she was standing down here in this area. She said, I saw 15 to 20 people fly in the air. They look like bowling pins. And when she saw the video, she's absolutely right. It's a terrible description when you think these are human beings, but that's exactly what it looked like. When does the intent exist? Doesn't have to be even for a second. I'm not telling you who set out that morning to cause this carnage. But when he became enraged back here, he didn't give a damn.
Not one.
Or what was in his way.
Not one flying down.
He intentionally went on. I'll show you. Motive. I don't know why he did this. Folks, I don't know why. Other than the rage.
And he's evil. Evil piece of shit. That's what he is.
He's right. You cannot read minds. Neither can I. But the law doesn't require you to. The law gives you a way to reach a conclusion as to what is somebody thinking. And it's right here. Decide it based on his acts, words, and statements, and from all of the facts and circumstances. I've already been through many of them. I want to show you what I mean. Look at this. Was there room for him to get out? This is way back at the beginning. This is Officer Buttrin's squad video. Way back at the beginning. That's Buckley Street here that you're looking at. Look at those barricades. Look at the sparse crowd. And there's Officer Schneider in her yellow fluorescent vest on the left side of the picture, about to run into the street and stop him. Intent.
Like, how do you do this?
Video for you, because folks, for me, this is where it becomes crystal clear. You watch this video, the first thing you're going to see, if you direct your attention to the left side of the screen, is you're going to see him hit Nicole White. Knock her to the ground and keep going. Now, if that was the end of the story, you may sit here and say, Madam DA, I don't know how you conclude intent from that. Maybe it was an accident. Maybe he didn't mean to do it. But watch what happens in this video after he knocks Nicole White down, and tell me this does not prove intent. Please play.
Hey, Robin. Thank you.
Keep watching the left side of your screen.
This is screams. It's just.
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God.
That's intent, folks.
How in the hell did he think that he was going to get the jury to nullify after watching that? Just hearing it is overwhelming. How do you thought he was going to let? They was going to say you can go, and they're watching it. Hey, the best mama bear.
No reasonable person is going to come across a group of teenagers playing band instruments, drive over them, and keep going.
Nope. Not even a dog. I wouldn't do that to a dog.
That's a still shot of the same thing. That's intent.
I'm sorry to interrupt your objection, sir.
How can you tell the jury what they supposed to think?
It's proper argument. Your objection's noted. It's overruled. You may
I will
continue.
argue that it's,
Attorney Hopper.
I would say that it's improper, and I move
Mr.
for a
Brooks, I've made
mistrial.
my ruling. I'm going to mute you if you don't follow the
Your
Exhibit one.
Mistrial.
dick.
Exhibit 152.
Oh, I missed that.
Clearly intentional conduct.
ruling. I'm going to mute you if you don't follow the rules.
Exhibit one.
Mistrial.
He ruled for
Exhibit
mistrial.
152.
He moved for mistrial. I missed that.
Clearly intentional conduct.
A mistrial.
Clearly intentional conduct. States Exhibit 93.
Look at that piece of shit.
We asked
there.
the court to take time to have you go look at this car in person because it's remarkably amazing that this damage was caused by human beings.
I'm shocked that it made it to where he
That's
crashed
intent.
it.
This is an excerpt from States Exhibit 154. Maybe a little hard to see. A lot of that laying in the front part of this photo are shoes. Remember what Dr. Bedritsky said about the shoes and the feet, the
Look
scuff
at 'em.
marks on the toes and the ankles? Look at all the shoes laying in the street.
No
This is
emotion.
the area at the end when he ran through the Catholic community.
Hey,
All the shoes
EMWR.
laying there because of the velocity. Remember, the medical examiner talked about the velocity. It's not just the speed, it's the velocity. The power that these people were
Oh,
knocked
thank you, Monica.
right out of their shoes.
Thank you.
That's intent. The flight, the hiding,
Look at-
changing his
look at that.
appearance. He
In a
had to go through
treehouse.
some effort, right? Crawled up in this playhouse, ditched his sweatshirt and his sandal. The other sandal seems pretty reasonable. He dropped it when he was jumping over a fence. Changed his appearance. Please play.
Look at this fool. And look how calm he is. Like didn't shit happen.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Intent. What's he running from?
Hey, Donna.
What's he running from if he's just a lost guy with no ride back to Milwaukee? What's he running from as there's cops, sirens wailing in the background? Whoops. That was me.
That playhouse is the best house he's been in a long time. The only house he's been in.
So, States Exhibit number 130. Put that up here quickly. Thank you. I'm not going to go through this whole thing, folks. Suffice it to say, after Officer Skolton tried to stop the threat at that intersection.
And the
of
mommy
Wisconsin Avenue.
did the Uber.
And he blew through the barricades there and drove south on West Avenue over to Prospect Court, cutting through the yards and ditching the vehicle on Maple. Heard all the testimony about the commotion on Maple. The eyewitness testimony from Officer Sailors, off-duty police officer who saw this, saw the defendant, Darrell Brooks. He identified him for you in this court. Get out and run from this car. And how we tracked him through the neighborhood. And again, the desperation, whether he had to ask or use veiled threats like, I won't hurt you, but I need your phone. He was absolutely desperate to get out of there.
But be glad he didn't get shot.
Until he took refuge in the home of Daniel Ryder. Now, remember the interesting thing, folks. None of these witnesses in this area knew anything about what happened at the parade. None of them. None of them were there. None of them were there. So some of them tried to help, some of them didn't. Daniel Ryder did, and it's actually probably a really good thing that he took him in because it stalled, right? It stalled him from keep running, kept him in one place until the cops could close in and get there. Now, Mr. Brooks repeatedly asked witnesses who had just watched their loved ones get struck by this SUV if they happen to catch a license plate.
A license plate.
States Exhibit 150. There's the front license plate.
The license plate.
Definitely a little blurry, but definitely you can make it out. States Exhibit 151. There's the rear plate.
Uh-oh. The license plate.
States Exhibit 175. There's Darrell Brooks in his music video with the same car and the same license plate. There's the key to the Ford that was found in Darrell Brooks' pocket.
Lord.
There's no doubt Darrell Brooks is the person responsible for this. Because this man in this picture is the same as this man in this picture wearing this sweatshirt. And again, it's a little hard to see, but you can ask for these exhibits in the jury room if you want. The photograph, you can see this design on the front of the sweatshirt if you look close enough. This is a sweatshirt from the playset that has Darrell Brooks' DNA on it. According to the crime lab. That's him right there. That's Darrell Brooks
2 inches
driving
tall.
off into the parade.
Look at
That's
him.
Darrell Brooks driving in the parade.
Look at him.
That's Darrell Brooks driving in the parade. That is also Darrell Brooks driving in the parade. And so is that. And he kept asking people about the tints on the window. Well, guess what, folks? You don't need to see the tints on the window when the windows are rolled down. And there's clearly one person in that vehicle in every one of these photos. And it's that man. And it's that man. And it's that man. Darrell Edward Brooks Jr., date of birth 2/21/1982, on his identification card issued by the state of Wisconsin.
All them exhibits.
In all capital letters, Darrell Edward Brooks Jr. This was in his pocket when they arrested him. So this entire shenanigans that he's presented to you through his questioning of witnesses about, I'm not Darrell Brooks and that's my name and I don't know who that is and I don't consent to being called that name. It's just nothing but a distraction. It's Darrell Brooks.
Darrell Brooks.
It's the man who drove through the Waukesha Christmas parade and killed people. Injured people. Endangered the safety of people.
I'm sorry. Your objection, sir?
Your Honor, with all due respect, I would appreciate the quote unquote language what does she mean by shenanigans and this and that and the third?
Sir, your objection's noted. It's overruled. The state may continue.
Somebody
Well,
ego
Can she
bruised.
tone that back? Because if that was me, if I would have said
Mr.
something
Brooks,
like
your
that, it would have been a
objection
problem.
is noted. It's overruled. These are closing arguments. There's nothing improper. It's noted. It's overruled. She may continue.
I just wanted to be fair.
You'll have an opportunity to respond, sir. Please let her finish.
So I can rebuttal.
You so stupid.
Go ahead, Attorney Opper.
Thank you. I'm going to conclude my comments with this, folks.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to show you the video, a stitched together video of all the carnage caused by
That's
Darrell
right,
Brooks,
Super Kelly
and
G.
I apologize.
It's together.
This is important that you know what he did. It's important that you think about the women like Nicole White and Kelly Grabo and her daughter and Jane Kulik, who were just there.
Cindy Lou Who.
Friends and co-workers supporting a local business.
Oh my God.
Teenagers marching in the band, representing, wearing their school colors.
You know what? I hate you, Vizzini, because now I see Annie Wilkes. And I'm going to always see Annie Wilkes now. Oh, man. I can't believe it. Somebody block Vizzini, please. Block him.
It's important. The boys and girls with the Blazers baseball team and their coaches doing nothing more than handing out baseball cards. The young girls in the extreme dance team.
That's right. Shorter than Paisley.
Can you imagine how many hours they spent practicing that routine? He drove right through them without a care in the world. The grannies dancing their way down the street. Perfect step. Every one of them. Catholic community there, as Father Matt said, spreading the light of Christ in the weeks before Christmas. He snuffed it out. It's time for Darrell Brooks to stop running. It's time for him to stop lying. It's time for him to be held accountable for his actions. Darrell Brooks cowardly rammed his way through this parade, violently killing and injuring so many people. I'm going to stop talking and play this video.
Show us that dirty birdie.
Please, I ask you to add up the evidence. Use the map. 15. You can check off the names. We've covered them all. Walk down that street like we did with you. Return guilty verdicts on all counts. Please. Please. No, I need one more. Yes, please.
Not the Quaker Oats guy.
Go ahead.
Yes, he's a cock-a-doodle dirty birdie. I'm your number one fan. I'm your number one fan. I'm your number one fan. The Webster from back in the day, Emmanuel Lewis could play Brooks. See, look, me and Mark, we together. Emmanuel Lewis. Now, notice you can't hear, the video, but you can hear the people react to the video. How in the hell did he think that he was going to get by with nullification, saying this? You look at Judge's face. Oh, yeah, the elf from Bad. Y'all are terrible. Don't care. You can see Basie emotional, Opera emotional, Zach emotional. The judge is emotional, fighting tears. Don't care. Just looking. Don't care. Don't try to disassociate now. Open your eyes, pimping. Don't look away now. Try to pretend like he praying. How he thought that this was going to work in his favor.
Thank you. Before we continue with Mr. Brooks's closing arguments, I'm going to take a short break. All rise for the jury, please.
She had to take a break because she was upset. All right. Let's get back to this dumbass. He's like, yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready. They did all that talk. I'm ready. I'm going to let them know that they can nullify. I wish, I would love to know the moment that Darrell dies. I mean, we'll all be, in heaven, still laughing at this. But I wish the moment that he appears that I could hear what is said. I would just love to just be a fly on the wall at the throne of the Lord so I could hear exactly what is said. Because I think even Jesus, who died for all of us, Black Jesus and white Jesus, Jewish Jesus, all of them will have some very bad words to say to him.
For the record,
a lot of bad
reflect
words.
that Mr. Brooks is now present in the main courtroom. Prior to reopening following the break, I did invite him back into the courtroom, and he is here. I trust you are ready with your closing argument, sir.
I'm ready to address subject matter jurisdiction as well, too.
That request is denied.
Just for the record, I was addressing it for both courtrooms here in courtroom number, I think it's 20.
Mr. Brooks, I'm going to bring the jury out. Are you prepared to present your closing argument?
I would like for you to prove subject matter jurisdiction on the record, Your Honor.
I'm not addressing that any further than I've addressed already, sir. There's a written decision. I remind you of that.
In that written decision, did I receive, well, actually, I didn't receive anything.
Lies.
Was there copies made?
Mr. Brooks, I'm going to ask you one more time. Are you prepared with your closing argument? I'm going to have the jury brought out. There's no other legal arguments I need to address from you at this time.
I'm informed of what you're saying. I was merely asking, was there copies made of you said written decision?
So my written decision has been filed into the record. That is done electronically. You were provided with a written copy previously. Are you asking for another copy of that, sir?
Yeah, because I don't have it.
As a courtesy.
Listen, Darrell is not a man of God. He doesn't consider himself a man of God yet. It takes study and whatever else he said when he gave his Easter speech.
See, I'll have my clerk print off a copy and provide that to you.
Is it proven subject matter jurisdiction?
Your objection to the lack of jurisdiction has been noted repeatedly on the record.
And no one cares.
It is a meritless argument. I've indicated that in my written decision as to why there is subject matter jurisdiction. And I will continue forward with
I wouldn't be
the
surprised.
final stages of this trial.
Sure did. He tore it
Which
up.
I hope include your closing argument and then the final instructions to the jury.
I would hope it proves subject matter jurisdiction on the record too.
All right, I will instruct the jury to come out. For the record, the written decision is once again being provided to the
I accept
defendant.
for value and return for value this document as it is not based in lawful law
Okay.
and it does not prove subject matter jurisdiction whatsoever. Refers to some complaint.
Who's she trying? She
that
like,
was
God,
filed in
get me out of
the
here.
name of a trust.
Get me out of here.
Were you aware of that, Your Honor?
Mr. Brooks, the jury has been asked to be brought out. I mean, I've requested that they be brought out. They're on their way.
Were you aware
Please
of
be
that?
prepared with your closing argument.
Were you aware of that, Your Honor? Or is that a tacit agreement that you don't have to answer any questions as a public servant?
Well, she's being a public servant to the
So
public
that is a tacit agreement.
to protect them from you.
Record to reflect the jury is coming out.
Come on, honey boo boo. I don't know, but it took weeks for him to get to the correct pronunciation, didn't it?
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Go ahead, sir. You may begin your closing argument.
I'm not ready to begin closing argument.
Hey, Debbie C.
So this is your opportunity to provide your closing argument to the jury. Please start. I've started the timer of 1 hour.
I'm informed of that, Your Honor, but I'm not ready to proceed as I don't understand the
Nature
reason why the questions asked before the jury was present were not answered. There are issues that needed to be addressed outside of the jury, as you always say, which I don't understand why the jury deserves.
Mr. Brooks, this is your opportunity to present your closing argument to the jury. Please do so.
I'm informed of that, but the jury needs to understand the truth, their rights, and their duties, as they have not been informed of their truth. Their rights, and their duties.
Mr. Brooks, the court has begun the instruction process.
Oh boy.
I read 73 pages this morning and into the early afternoon. I have another 30 plus pages to read.
Did you inform
They will
the
be
jury?
informed of the law.
Did you inform them that they can
Mr.
nullify
Brooks?
the law?
Mr. Brooks, you do not have that right to request that. And
Were
I'm
they
advising
informed?
you one more time, this is your opportunity to provide your closing argument. Please begin.
I intend to when ready. I just want to know if the jury was informed that they can nullify the law.
Mr.
they
Brooks,
are-
you
that
have
they
no
have
right
the
to
power.
make that argument to the jury.
It's true. They have the power.
All right, I'm going to excuse the jury.
They should know that they have the power.
Please rise for the jury.
I have the power. Oh, look at all these Germans in here. Back, yeah, face in need of a fist. No, German always sounds like such an angry sounding language. It's he just always sings so harsh.
Thank you. Please be seated.
It's
Mr.
like
Brooks, you
French
do
is
not
lyrical
have
sounding.
a right to request jury nullification directly from this jury. I direct your attention to the Bejerkas case, BJERKASS, that's State versus 163 Wisconsin 2nd 549. While you are not incorrect that the jury has the power to nullify, they don't have the right.
Yeah.
And I said,
okay, I don't want to hear all of that.
trying to
Hold on.
Illinois versus Allen, State versus Anthony.
Illinois versus Allen does not reference anything pertaining to rights when talking about
In
closing
State versus
statements.
Anthony,
Illinois
the Supreme
versus
Court
Allen.
of Wisconsin referenced both that decision when it essentially extended
Yes,
the reasoning
Malika,
or adopted
yes.
the reasoning of Illinois versus Allen to then find.
I love the Golden Girls. And yes, I know about the precise moment that dog do turns white. A declining knocking, I think that's what she called it. I think.
That a defendant could forfeit an important constitutional right by conduct. In State versus Anthony, it was not the right to be present in the courtroom, it was the right to testify.
Okay, so none
And
of those
the
that you just
reasoning-
named have anything to do with the closing arguments, Your Honor. You've used Illinois versus Allen repeatedly to when it comes to me being removed from the courtroom. Not one time did it bring up anything dealing with a closing statement or a closing argument.
Lord.
So how's that same statute being used for something that it doesn't even refer to or pertain to?
He's so freaking stupid.
Mr. Brooks, the Allen decision, Illinois versus Allen, and the Anthony decision, which is State versus Anthony, are two examples of cases where a defendant lost a very important constitutional right because that right was forfeited by the conduct of that particular defendant.
And that was to be present in trial, correct?
The right to present a closing argument is no different. Because it is not evidence, it could be said that it doesn't even rank as high as the right to testify, which is guaranteed by the constitutions.
Which I was denied the
I'm
right
not
to
prepared to
be
make
able to
that ruling
testify to.
here yet today, but I will tell you this, sir. The time has now come for you to present a closing argument.
And shut the fuck up.
There will be no further delays.
It's
I
a
will not be
delay.
taking any further adjournments for you to prepare. You were advised yesterday that this court would proceed today with instructing the jury and with the parties making their closing
And you
arguments.
made that while
It is
violating
up.
my constitutional
Sir,
right.
please don't interrupt me because
Well,
you've now
you did.
interrupted me a couple of times.
No, once. So let's
Twice.
make that correct. Once.
Once.
That's the third time.
Okay, now you can say two.
So I'm advising you yet again, the
I
time
don't
has now
consent to
come.
being called
That's
that
another
name, Your Honor.
interruption. The time has now come for you to present your closing argument to this jury. You were
And
brought back over to this courtroom for that purpose.
I'm going to let them
That's
know.
another interruption.
No, I'm going to let them know that they have rights and they should be told, informed of the truth. It's not me
Are
trying
you
to
telling
give.
me, sir, that
it's
you are
not
going
trying
to
to give-
let me ask you a
No, hold
question.
on. I'm not trying to give any
Sir, you're
jury
interrupting
instruction.
me and you haven't let me finish. So are you telling me that you are going to disregard my very clear directive to you to not
Yes.
bring up the topic of jury nullification?
That's not what I said.
That's why I'm asking you.
I don't understand that question because that's not what I said.
Sir, you may not argue jury nullification
I'm
to
going
this
to
jury.
inform them of the truth.
So you're going to inform them that they have the power of jury nullification.
They do have you just said on the record that they have the power for.
Sir, I direct your
You
attention.
just said that.
once
Did you
again.
not just say that, Your Honor?
Sir,
You
the
said I couldn't
jury-
instruct them.
The jury
on
has
that.
the power, but not the right to nullify.
Right.
A
You said the
party-
power. You
The
said
power.
the
Listen
power.
to me, sir. You're interrupting me once again.
So I'm going to inform them that they have the power.
Are you telling me, sir,
I'm
that
not
you
telling
are
you no
going
such
to
thing. I
disregard
just told you what you just said.
my directive to you to not raise the issue of jury nullification during your closing argument?
That's not what I said. You just read and said that they have the
Lord.
power to That's what you just said, Your Honor.
Sir, State versus Bjerkas says, and stands
She
for the
trying so
proposition
hard.
that although the jury has the power of jury nullification,
They have the power.
no
The power.
party has the right to argue for jury nullification.
I'm not arguing for it, Your Honor. I
In
just
that
want them to be
case,
informed.
I
I just want them
Sir,
merely to be
You
informed.
can
That's it.
call it informing, making them aware.
Yeah,
Whether
they should be aware
You
of
are
the
not
rights.
allowed to make them aware of their power to nullify. That
How
is
can I
an
not make them-
improper argument.
Your Honor, how can I not inform them that they have a power? How
Because
can I
that
not
is not a
inform them
right
of a
that you
power that they
have, sir.
have?
Yeah, I know.
I'm not giving a new jury instruction.
That is
That's not
because
what I'm
there is
arguing.
no jury instruction for jury nullification,
Yeah, I'm
sir,
not-
because it's not allowed.
I'm not attempting to give them a new jury instruction. I'm merely attempting to inform them of the power that they have.
Mr.
That's not
Brooks,
against the law.
I'm advising you one more time. You may not raise the issue of jury nullification
I'm going
before
to
this
inform
jury.
them of the power that they have. I'm not
You are
giving them.
telling me
I'm
that
not
you
giving
are
them a jury
insisting
instruction.
on telling them about jury nullification. That's
That's-
what I hear you saying.
That's not what I said, though. Don't
Mm,
mischaracterize what I'm saying.
Oh, that's right, bitch.
You just read and said that they have the power. They have the power to do that. So how is
It's an
informing them?
inherent power that they have. They are not to be instructed on it. That is very clear in the law. In
Your Honor.
addition to, no, let me finish. In addition to the case that I just cited, I'd cite to you from the jury instructions, the law note on jury nullification.
Marcus, I've never seen this work, even in traffic court. Every time I see a sovereign citizen, they get their ass handed to them. Every time. I've never seen this work.
Make an argument.
Now, it might be possible for it to work if they accidentally stumble on some real law, but I've never seen this work. Just
That's why I had to sit there for.
Or make the jury aware
I'll be quiet.
that they have the power to nullify a verdict.
And Your Honor, you just added this last night. That's why I had to sit there for an hour in the holding cell and wait for you to change the whole paperwork because I brought that up. So you never intended for this to even be an issue.
Mr.
It
Brooks,
never was brought up.
if you
But
think
then
I
when
wasn't-
I raised the issue,
If
Your
you
Honor, let
think
me
that
finish.
I'm not prepared to deal with and argue on jury
I
nullification,
didn't say
then you
that's not
miss-
what I said. That's
You are
not what I
missing the
said. In
mark.
all fairness, that's not what I said.
The record should accurately reflect that you were kept in that holding cell.
Why was I kept
so
in there?
that my clerk could finish
Adding
the
a jury instruction that was not there.
76
How would you know?
forms, and it's ×2 because there's a guilty and a not guilty
Okay.
for each. No, let me finish.
So
or
how
you've
did
interrupted
I
me.
have why did I
mad.
have to sit here for that where I could have just went to my cell and had it delivered?
Oh,
We had this
Mr.
at the end
Brooks.
of last night before you called recess.
I'm not going to debate
We had a
that
whole
topic with
we
you
had a
further.
whole conversation about
Mr. Brooks, you
me
are
bringing up about the jury
defiantly
nullification.
I've never heard of that one.
disregarding this court. You
Here we
you
go
can
with this.
roll your eyes
Here
at
we-
me
because
all
it's-
you want.
It's ridiculous, Your Honor. You just stated that they have the power to nullify.
Would you
any
like,
law,
if you would like,
but then
I
I
will
said-
read this to you, sir, the part of the case that's important, but you're not letting me get a word in edgewise. I'm trying my best not to remove you to the other courtroom, but that is oftentimes what I need to do in order for this court to make a full record without you interrupting me. But you need to be fully aware that you may not raise the issue of jury nullification in front of this jury. It is not an allowable argument or an advisement or making them aware. However you want to describe that, sir, whatever verbiage you want to put in front of it, you may not do so. And this court has the power and the authority to limit what you say to this jury, even in a closing argument. And if you're telling me through your conduct, through your words, that you are going to disregard that direction, you will forfeit your right to present a closing argument.
Under what lawful law?
Under State versus Anthony.
It doesn't refer to that.
State versus Anthony
it
may
doesn't.
not have dealt with
It hasn't dealt with closing
the right
arguments.
to a closing argument, sir, but the reasoning
You just said it right there.
nonetheless is fully applicable.
No, you
because
can't.
the more
You can't
general
change the law, Your
principle-
Honor. You can't change the law. That's
I'm not
practicing law
changing
from the
the law,
bench.
sir, but the general principle.
I know you used to be in legislation, but you can't practice law from the bench.
Sir, I'm
You
not
can't do
practicing
that.
law from the bench.
You are. If you're changing, Your Honor,
I'm not
you're
making-
attempting to make a separate case pertain to something here that doesn't even pertain to it. It has nothing to do with a closing argument. Nothing that you just
So,
named. Not
Mr.
Illinois
Brooks,
versus
I
Allen.
would like to make a record. Would you please show the courtesy and respect for
I
me
will,
to
Your
do
Honor.
that?
I will.
All right.
I will.
So looking at the Anthony case, all right, and that case starting at head note 7, paragraph 54 says the following, and you need to let me get all the way through it. We have recognized two distinct ways in which a defendant may give up his rights: waiver and forfeiture. State versus Pino is the first citation that they reference. Waiver is the intentional relinquishment or abandonment of a known right. Multiple citations there.
Blah blah blah. So did y'all see the sovereign citizen that was in Judge Simpson's court last week? That was pretty funny. I enjoyed that. He was like, "Yeah, you're gonna have to come back this afternoon. You got to come back."
Dina case and Olano. Deprive a party of a fair trial and whose protection is best left to the immediacy of the trial, such as when a party fails to raise an evidentiary objection. However, there is a second aspect of forfeiture: doing something incompatible with the assertion of a right.
Hey,
State
Della.
versus Vaughn, 2012, Wisconsin, Appellate 129.
But I will say, even though Judge Simpson gets his share of sovereign citizens, he handles them very well. I mean, he's very. It's like he can't control his laughter. He's just like, I can't believe I have to sit through and listen to this crap. Look at him.
We now conclude that the right to testify may, in appropriate cases, be subject to forfeiture or conduct incompatible with the assertion of the right.
He going through his book of bull.
They go on to discuss Allen, which was not a right to testify, but was a right to be present.
Now listen to a word.
And I am utilizing the guidance from Illinois versus Allen and State versus Anthony. It directly guides this court that a defendant may forfeit
Exactly, China.
a right by conduct by doing something incompatible with the assertion of a right. In this particular case, you are very clearly
I miss
telling
you
me
too,
you're
China.
going to disregard what I told you about notifying the jury about nullification. You have absolutely.
Judge Simpson, this trial would not have lasted this long with Judge Simpson. Judge Simpson and Lanice, those two.
Mine, then you will forfeit your right to present a closing argument. That is my ruling.
I object to that ruling, Your Honor.
Okay. Look at this fool. Oh,
Object
thank
to
you,
that ruling.
Della. Look at this.
Are you willing to make a closing argument, sir, that
Ashley
does not
trash.
reference jury nullification?
I'm going to inform the jury of their power. Again, I never stated that I was making a new jury instruction. I never stated anything
Hey,
like
Val.
that. And every case law that you just stated made no reference to closing arguments. It was all pertaining to being present for the proceedings of trial and for testifying.
So
Not
what I'm
one time
telling
did you, hold on, I let, Your Honor, with all due respect, I let you make your record.
You let her.
I didn't interrupt you.
Go ahead.
Not one case law that you just cited made any reference whatsoever to a closing argument. Not one. So how is me merely informing the jury of the power and the rights that they have?
I would love it.
How is that a forfeiture of being able to give a closing argument?
Well, in addition to the cases I just cited, sir, I'd also point you to State versus Bajirkis,
Thank you, Zap.
163 Wisconsin 2nd at
Well, that's a
549.
lot of-
That's
that's
a
a
Court
lot
of
of
Appeals
cases,
case
Your
from
Honor.
1991. That is the first published appellate decision in Wisconsin to consider directly several issues relating to the jury nullification issue. In that particular case, the court very clearly said that the defense counsel in that case was allowed to talk in terms of fairness in general terms, but not to go further, and could not argue that the jury, quote, should disregard the instructions and the law and find her not guilty because it seems fair. That's a description of jury nullification. To use the words
See, she's
jury
going too far with
nullification
explanations.
would run afoul even more. And so I am telling you that given my inherent authority in controlling the mode and order of this court to ensure courtesy, decorum, and civility, and to ensure that this jury is presented with arguments that are proper under the law, I am hereby telling you I am in creating a rule for your closing argument that you may not raise the issue of jury nullification in any way.
He shouldn't have been on camera.
Your Honor, hold up.
Hold up.
Hold up.
Oh, he had to take the mask off.
I'm the only one that has to be made rules for closing arguments, but not the prosecution. How is that fair? How's that balanced?
Mr. Brooks, I'm squarely faced with your defiance regarding the issue of jury nullification.
It's
That
not
is
defiance.
requiring
It's not
me
defiance.
to address this issue and to tell you very
Your Honor,
expressly
I
that that is the
vehemently-
rule
I
for
vehemently
your
object to
closing
that.
argument.
Vehemently object to that.
Vehemently.
Your objection is noted for the record. But
May
my
I ask
rule
for a legal
nonetheless
reconsideration of your
stands.
ruling?
It's just
That request is
nonstop.
denied.
May I respectfully ask for matter of fact, I reject that ruling and take exception to that ruling. For the record, may I request a legal or factual basis for your ruling? Not one pertaining to being present in the courtroom or testifying. One that specifically talks about a closing argument.
Freaking idiot. Oh, thank you, Zap. Thank you.
All of those requests are noted. I will not reconsider. I've put my findings and my reasoning on the record, and I stand by that record.
For the record, may I respectfully request a written judicial finding of facts and conclusion of law?
Shut the fuck up. Look, y'all see Jay Prince here, right? He looked like he is looking at his child pridefully, like, you know, I got like Darrell lied and so he got his son through high school. But yeah, so he's looking at his little demon spawn with pride, like, yeah, you sticking it to the man. That's right, you sticking it to the man.
Denied.
For the record, may I respectfully move for interlocutory declaratory appeal on this matter?
I'm not the forum for which an appeal would be sought, sir.
Oh, thank
cannot
you,
answer
the best
that.
mama
You
bear.
referred to it before.
Thank you.
You would need
So
to
now I'm
direct your
confused.
appeal to
I'm confused, Your
to
Honor,
a court of
because-
appeals, not this court.
No, this is, I'm supposed to be in this admiralty court
Oh Lord.
because you haven't, if we're under Article 3, then we should be in common law court. That hasn't even been addressed. If we're in a common law court or an admiralty court.
Okay.
That's a baseless argument, sir. I don't even need
And
to
what law
address
and
it.
fact? Based on what law and fact?
Reality.
Based on what law and fact?
Sir, I intend to bring this jury out and give you
I'm
an
informed.
opportunity
I'm informed of that.
to present a closing argument.
Yeah,
If
but
you
you're
violate,
also,
please let me,
but
sir,
listen,
you're
you just
interrupting
made
me
a
yet
rule.
again.
You just tried to put me under a rule that no one else was put under.
The circumstances require that I implement this rule, sir, given your
The
stubborn
circumstances
defiance
don't,
on
Your
the
Honor,
issue
that's a
of jury
prejudice to my
nullification.
defense. You can't place me under certain rules and not place the prosecution under the same rules.
Sir, the
It has to
circumstances
be
of
fair.
this case and
You
your
are an
insistence
asshat.
on arguing jury nullification has resulted
I
in this
haven't-
court creating this
I
rule.
haven't argued it. I said that I wanted to inform the jury of their power. I
That's an
never once
argument.
said
Yeah.
I'm going to make an argument. I'm going to give them a jury instruction.
You may not
never
advise
said
them
that.
or make them aware in any way that they have the power.
How does he not know that you're in court, that you are making an argument, an oral argument? That, oh my God. Oh boy.
And why not?
Jury
Why can't they be
nullification.
informed of their power?
Because it would violate
Whew.
the Bajorkis decision, sir.
Violate what decision?
Bajorkis.
Right, sir. I am going to bring the jury out.
And I'm going to inform them that they have the power.
And if you do that, I will dismiss the jury and I will declare that your right to present a closing argument
Under what
has been
law?
forfeited based upon
Then I make a
how
oral,
I've outlined that.
It's never mannequin. It is very difficult to get a trial overturned, cases being overturned on appeal. It is very hard, very, very hard. I mean, they have, especially if you're in the South, you can have DNA evidence to prove that it wasn't you, and they'll still execute you here.
Motion for
I'm
legal
not going to
finding of
declare
fact.
that at this point because I want to see what you will do. But if you raise the issue of jury nullification, I will immediately dismiss the jury. You will forfeit your right
You can't
to
do that.
Present a closing
Under
argument.
what lawful law can you?
And then if you continue to interrupt
Under what
me,
lawful law?
you will be removed to the other courtroom as I complete
So I'm being
the
held in
instructions.
contempt again.
I hate his
Is it
face.
civil or criminal?
All right. Go ahead.
I apologize.
Offer like I'm tired. I
May
can't take
ask
this.
the court to consider perhaps an alternative, and I fully respect the ruling the court has just made, and I understand the basis for it. We all know the defendant in his petulance will say jury nullification in the first 3 seconds the jury's in the room.
Objection to that.
Proper
I don't
thing
think
to
that
do,
should
I
be
think,
talked
Your
down
Honor.
Stop
to.
interrupting,
I don't
Attorney
think I
Ocker,
should be
please.
talked down to.
Allow him to make his closing arguments. I will object if he misstates the law. You can instruct the jury to disregard any misstatements of the law.
And it will be
We
plenty.
continue in that fashion, if possible, for a reasonable amount of time. And if it becomes to the point where there's no reasonable, legal, credible argument that's being made, then the court can decide as to whether or not he's forfeited his right to a closing argument. But we could at least try to, by merely objecting and the court telling the jury to disregard and instructing Mr. Brooks to move on to the next topic, we could try to allow him his opportunity to provide a closing argument. If that's unworkable, then I think this record will be very clear as to the efforts of this court. And I think there is materials in the bench book, or I'm sorry, the jury instruction 705.
Hey, Lisa.
That talk about
Welcome, welcome.
a jury instruction. This court could even give, telling the jury that they are not at liberty to disregard the law, but we're not going that far yet because, frankly, you have told them and you will tell them that closing arguments are not evidence. And I think they will abide by that.
The Quaker Oats.
So I know it's going to require effort for the court to allow this to allow Mr. Brooks to try and proceed, but I think we should try that or something similar to that in an effort to get through this next step, or else we will continue at this pace forever.
I'm certainly willing to try that.
It's about all we could come up with, Your Honor.
I mean, I'm certainly willing to try it in this courtroom, and then if he disregards that, to excuse the jury and then have him present from the other courtroom would be the second step, and then third would be a forfeiture.
Your Honor, I object to that.
Don't even know what you're
Your
objecting
objection
to.
is noted for the record.
Idiot.
That will be the course of action that this court takes. The first time you violate the rule, you may be subject to forfeiting your right to be present, where you will give the closing argument from the other courtroom. And if you continue in a blatant disregard of the requirement that you not reference in any way jury nullification, I may make that final determination outside the presence of the jury.
I object to that, Your Honor.
All right, with that, let's bring the jury
For the
out.
record, may I respectfully request the legal reconsideration of your ruling? So is that a tacit agreement that you don't have to answer my objection, Your Honor?
I love she ignores him.
I decline to reconsider.
I reject that ruling and take exception
To that ruling. Who cares?
Noted for the record.
For the record, may I request a legal or factual basis for your ruling, Your Honor?
Denied.
Good night, dog mom. Thank you for coming by.
For the record, may I respectfully request a written judicial finding of facts and conclusion of law on this issue, Your Honor?
Denied.
For the record, may I respectfully move for interlocutory declaratory appeal on this matter?
I'm not the court to address that.
For the record, may I move to stay these proceedings until this instant matter is adjudicated by a court of competent jurisdiction, which this court has no subject matter jurisdiction
Denied.
under,
The jury
based
is
on
coming
what
in.
law or
All
fact?
rise for the jury, please.
Based on what law or fact? Because I'm going to inform the jury of their power. They deserve to know.
They deserve to know. So I'm gonna play his closing, and then I'm going to call it because I have to get up and go to work tomorrow. No, Jonana.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
No, we just have no idea what he's asking. None.
Go ahead, Mr. Brooks, your closing argument, please.
Look at this fool.
Good afternoon. It's been a long day.
Because of you.
First off, I'd just like to start by letting you guys know that
Thank you, dog mom.
it's a lot of information that you guys should be privy to, I believe.
Yeah.
And one thing that I believe that you have not been privy to is the truth of your rights and your duties, being the jury. The fact that you and you alone have the power.
The power.
Not well-prepared DAs with well-prepared and clearly rehearsed speeches and exhibits and a lot of theatrics. Frankly, not the judge.
Mm-hmm.
You and you alone have the power. You and you alone decide what is truth and what isn't truth.
Truth. TROOF.
You should be informed that you have the power.
The power.
To nullify any law that you don't agree with.
Objection, move to strike the statement.
Sustained.
Objection.
I will strike from the record the last statement made by the defendant. The jury will disregard it.
Which is clearly what I've been saying.
What?
I believe that not only is it fair, but it's essential that you be privy to all knowledge, not knowledge that certain people feel that you should hear and shouldn't hear.
Love you, Wonder Joy. Thanks for coming by.
Disguised under the color of law. The fact of the matter is, just like I did with my opening statements, I don't have a well-prepared or rehearsed speech. I didn't look in the mirror and say certain points to myself over and over again to make sure I have them right, or
you should have
anything like that. I've chosen to speak from the heart in my opening statements, and now I'm going to speak from the heart.
Wing it on, yeah. Wing it. Your life on the line. Wing it.
What you won't hear me do is argue facts.
Because you have none.
And the reason you won't hear me argue facts,
because you have none on your side.
I believe that it takes away from what should be recognized. The tragedy of this event. It should be recognized.
We recognize it.
Trying to argue facts of this, facts of that. I'm not going to waste your time doing that.
Good.
It's a little emotional. I apologize for the long pause.
Come on. Come on. Don't do that.
It's hard to keep everything together emotionally.
Oh.
And honestly, I don't believe that I have any more tears left. It's been a hard year.
Oh.
For the families, mostly.
Mostly, huh?
And that should not be lost on anyone. It shouldn't be taken away.
Mm-hmm.
I said it before and I'll say it again. It's a lot of people that are healing.
Healing.
That are attempting to heal.
Healing.
That opens the door to talk about forgiveness for a little bit.
Why? Wait a minute. Why would we need to talk about forgiveness if it wasn't you and you didn't do anything wrong? What do we got to talk about forgiveness for? What are they going to forgive you for? Because you didn't do anything. It wasn't you.
With every healing process, there comes a forgiving process.
Okay.
It's not an easy thing for anyone.
No. Yep. Conscience is clear.
What you've been hearing from the prosecution, not to take anything away from them. But let's call it what it is. You've been hearing a lot of
rerun. Like you ran over when you hit the lady and you ran over her. Did he really use that type of reference? And he has been on camera running over people. Rerun? That's the word you want to use? Really, sir? Rerun?
Same things over and over and over. No
Yeah.
different than when you turn on the radio and you first hear that song that you don't like when you first hear it. But they play it so much that eventually you start saying the words to yourself before you even realize it. And then you sit and you go, I hate that song. Why am I singing?
We hate you. Why are we watching you?
That's what's been happening. Rerun over and over and over and over and over and over and over.
I literally can't believe he said this.
Attempting to make things stick in your head that simply aren't true.
Oh.
Why do I say?
Thank you.
What am I saying?
Yeah, why?
I say, look at the testimony.
Okay.
You know, the thing from the prosecution here has been intent.
Mm-hmm.
We all know what's been said. We all know the picture that's been painted.
The picture that you painted.
Even the prosecution said themselves.
What?
How can you look in somebody's head and say, this is what they intended to do?
Thank you, Zap.
You know, for
sorry, Zap, the drinking game. So usually if I don't have anything to do, I'll pick a word. And then every time he says the word, we'll take a sip of alcoholic beverage. So, one time it was objection or subject matter jurisdiction. So yeah, that's a drinking game.
For a year, I've sat and gone through this.
Okay.
Feeling so powerless.
Oh.
Letting other people run with the narratives. Sitting back helpless while other people paint a picture that has zero truth.
What?
Zero.
We didn't see you on camera.
I understand about healing myself. Tragedy, pain, all that.
All that.
A lot of it, there's no need to get into.
Yeah, it's a sip of Mike's Hard.
Myself in my own life have had to do a lot of healing. As a man with children myself.
That hate you.
I find it hard to believe that anyone who's really had conversations with me, spent time around me, would think for 1 second that this is an intentional act.
Oh.
I've never heard of someone intentionally trying to hurt someone while attempting to blow their horn.
Oh. He's healing.
While attempting to alert people of their presence.
Okay.
Which brings me to more information that I believe that you should have been privy to.
But I was too stupid to shut my mouth and child.
And I'm sure that the prosecution will beg to differ. But the fact of the matter is,
a drop pie.
The vehicle in question, make and model of 2010, Ford Escape.
The
vehicle in question. Actually, 2008, 2009, and 2010 of that model was in fact recalled.
Objection, misstatement of the facts, facts not in evidence.
Was in fact.
Hey, Brianna.
Was in fact recalled.
Oh, recall.
Was in fact a class action lawsuit against Ford.
Objection,
for those models, for those model vehicles.
Stop it.
Information that you should have been privy to. That you weren't allowed to be privy to. Why? I don't know.
Because it was a lie.
That information, malfunctioning throttle bodies. It's information that you should have been privy to. Vehicles that malfunction and accelerate, not being able to be stopped.
Stop the madness.
This information.
Hold on. Go ahead.
We'll just strike statements by.
Sorry for the interruption.
Facts not in evidence, Your Honor, and it's complete misstatement.
Sustained.
How's it a misstatement when I have the information?
Mr. Brooks, move on.
This is information that I feel like you needed to know. You should have known.
No, they shouldn't have.
Information that was taken away from you.
Because it's a lie. Yeah.
Why? To prove a case?
I mean, the case is already proven. You're on camera.
Information that you definitely should have been privy to.
Oh, thank you, Zap. I love palms. It's so cute.
DA says
Sure would have.
the defendant has an utter disregard for human life. Utter disregard for human life.
Yes.
Not realizing that they're talking about someone that has children.
They hate you. Yes.
Talking about someone that watched their children come out of the womb and be born into this world, cut the umbilical cord.
Held
them before their mom even did.
The umbilical cord. Biblical cord.
Moments that I'll never forget. And yet they say disregard.
You know why you'll never forget? Because that's the only memory that you have with your children. You was there allegedly when they gave birth, and then you said, hit the road, Jack, and you owe $40,000 in back child support for a son that you've had no involvement in at all. None. That's why you remember cutting the umbilical cord. Because that's the only fatherly thing that you've done. And I don't believe that you did. I believe you watched Scrubs or something, and they saw the umbilical. He got me saying it. Seeing them cut the umbilical cord. Unbiblical.
Utter disregard for human life.
Unbiblical. Woo, Lord, y'all hell in this chat.
They made reference to a rage.
Yeah. I mean, you chested up on two women.
As if they were, or if this particular DA was right there, standing right there. As if this DA is a psychiatrist.
She don't need to be there or be a psychiatrist. We see you on camera. You're on camera. We have you on video. We have pictures of you. So she didn't have to be there. We were all there. We all saw you. We saw you.
I said to myself, with rage, what do you mean rage?
Oh, okay.
How can you characterize that?
No, I don't believe that he was anywhere near the hospital.
How can you have the audacity to diagnose what someone's brain is? Where it's at, what it's thinking, why it thinks the way it does?
We know there's no rhyme or reason to how you think.
DA makes references to blocks of no one being injured.
Okay.
But then says it's intentional.
Yeah, it was intentional. Fool.
You add that up with the supposed rage, the supposed intent to harm and kill. And it doesn't kick in until well within blocks. And maybe it's just me, but I would think if I was characterizing someone with this intent to kill and this rage and this anger.
All of it, yeah.
And why weren't people immediately harmed?
Oh.
Why was someone with intent to kill and rage try to alert people of their presence, repeatedly honk their horn?
Why did you stop the car?
A detective, if you recall, testified that the vehicle that he observed was not only honking his horn, but was not speeding.
Oh, okay.
So where does this rage kick in? Where does this insatiable intent to kill kick in?
Hey, Assidious Felder.
It
Hope I pronounced that right.
Someone who's known someone for years. Which brings me back to the vehicle. What if the vehicle couldn't stop because of the malfunction?
Stop it.
Not evidence.
What if the driver of the vehicle was unable to stop the vehicle? Because of that fact, what if the driver may have panicked?
No, that's true. I believe that.
Does that make the driver a crazed, or not crazed, a rage? Does that make the driver in a rage and intent on killing people?
It makes you stupid is what it does. I mean, you're already stupid, but it just made you even dumber because you don't handle
DA
stress
played
well.
Exhibit 17. You don't see anyone struck in that vehicle. On that exhibit, you don't see anyone struck.
But what about the other exhibits?
Was someone who had this intent to kill, this rage, as she says. If that was their intent, wouldn't they have taken the opportunity to hit as many people as they could?
You did.
Target people.
You did.
Hold down people.
You did.
Reference was made to this vehicle. The damage.
I know, Ian. It's annoying.
This was all caused by bodies, but then later turns around and says hits barricades and other objects. You've heard testimony about hearing loud crashes and things of that nature, but the DA wants you to believe that this all came from people.
What? What type of argument is this?
Evidence doesn't support that.
What? Operator to launch off into space on his ass.
So I go back to trying to wrap my head around everything that's happened in the last year.
Oh, okay. Last year.
Praying for those families, praying for the people that tragically lost their life, because that should not be lost either. The fact that there was lives lost, and all the emphasis has been put on the alleged defendant.
The alleged defendant.
And the people have been disregarded.
Oh.
Makes me wonder, does the DA even care about those people?
Look at Opera. She is pissed off.
Prayers going up every day.
And they're not being listened to.
It's been suffering on both sides.
What?
It's been threats, hate mail.
You deserve all of it.
Because of the narratives that's been put out there. The misconceptions that have been put out there. The lies that have been put out there.
Oh.
Lies that have caused my children not to be able to go to school.
Oh. Oh, how would you know? How would you know?
For my mother to have to leave her home and stay at a hotel because she's afraid for her safety.
Oh no.
Because she gets hate mail shoved through her mailbox.
Well, she gets hate mail shoved through her mailbox, deservedly so, because she released a monster out into the world. And because she, as a trifling mother who enabled her Keebler elf looking son, people died. So if she just let your black ass stay in there, those folks would be alive today. Little Tucker would be 10. Not an angel in heaven, he'd be 10. Bitch.
My nieces and nephews to fear for their safety.
Oh, no. Not the one that you tried to kill. Not the one you pulled the gun out on. I know we're not talking about that nephew. We're not talking about that nephew. The one that you tried to kill. I know we're not. I know we're not doing that. We're not doing that. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Okay, Jackson. Thank you, Vicky. Thank you.
It's been equally hard.
Damn it.
It's not only having to answer the questions from my daughter, who was 7 at the time, my baby girl, who was 7 at the time.
Right.
Is now 8.
The same age as Tucker. Good night, Zap.
To answer her questions that she's asking.
Oh.
And still continue to shield her from what she sees, what she hears. Having a newborn son.
Lies.
That I haven't even been able to meet.
Okay. Thank you.
Been able to hold, touch, kiss.
Oh.
Having to navigate everything that comes with this whole situation.
Boy, stop it.
While still attempting to wrap my head around it. I can't honestly say how many times I've sat in my cell.
Which time?
Especially during lights out, alone, where it's just you.
Just you.
And just been praying and asking myself, how could this happen?
What? How could it
Not
happen?
just for the people.
That's the grandchild.
But for everybody involved, the community too. How could this happen? How
could it happen?
The hardest questions you can ask is those that don't have an answer. No matter how much thinking you do, no matter how much you try to look at it from different perspectives and listen to other outside perspectives and listen to people that you trust and that you love, still coming up with nothing.
Well, you're nothing. So we keep coming up with you. Nothing.
But to think for 1 second, one question I never had to ask.
AX. Axe body
if
spray.
this was intentional. That's something that I never asked once. Because I know it wasn't.
Oh. Yes, Donna, yes.
As a matter of fact, it never even crossed my mind to even attempt to ask myself that because I know it wasn't.
Thank you, Zap. Look at Opper.
And I know sometimes during this trial probably doesn't show. Maybe hard to believe.
I don't believe whatever you're about to say. Not a word.
But trust me when I say no one outside of the families that had to go through this, no one's heart is more in pieces than mine.
If you don't stop. I'm sure the jury cringed at that.
So again, I go back to all these exhibits.
Exhibits. Get to the exhibits.
Go back to everything that's been shown, everything that's been testified to.
And they're gray. Don't forget their gray chiclet teeth.
Everything you've heard during this whole process, this trial.
Mm.
And again, I say the same thing that I said earlier. Same thing I said in opening statements. I'm not reading from any paper, any books. Everything you've heard in opening statements, everything you're hearing now is from right here. Everything. You have the decision.
Mm-hmm.
You and you alone, all of you, you have the decision. I'm sure you've taken a lot of notes during this process. Some days are longer than others. A lot of movement in and out of the courtroom.
Because of you acting stupid. You the reason. Oh. Bow down for grills.
Remember the power that you have.
Ew.
Don't for 1 second let it be taken away from you. I can never understand the position of sitting on the jury in something of this magnitude. So I'm sure there's a lot of pressure. I pray that the right decision is made.
It will be. It will be.
The right decision.
Thank you, Donna. I would throw up in my mouth on a daily basis, waking up to that.
It's almost like that message. Well, not message, but that writing.
Here he go.
We're in our vehicles and we have that rearview mirror and it said things are closer than they appear. But it's also another way of saying sometimes things aren't as they appear.
So you're going to use another car reference and you're being tried for running over people. We're going to use another car reference? Okay. Ridiculous. Those some middle of the mall grills he got. Y'all know the little the kiosk in the middle of the mall.
I can't speak for anyone else, but me, myself, I believe in Jesus Christ.
Ugh. What version of Jesus?
That's how I was raised. That's what I believe in.
Okay.
None of us are perfect.
True, true.
But I try every day to make sure that I acknowledge him.
Oh.
That's why every time I step in this courtroom,
I
have my Bible with me.
Okay.
Everywhere I go. I even read it on breaks, recesses.
No, you don't. Quit lying.
This is not something that started at the beginning of this incident. This is something that has been instilled in me since I came out of the womb.
You know how you can tell if a person really, really follows the Bible and if they really, really are Christians? The Bible says that he brings a spirit. Look, God's not the author of confusion. So if you see anything that is chaotic or disordered, it cannot be of God. So all of this crap that you're talking about, you have caused chaos, confusion, death, misery, chaos. There's no God here. Y'all need to quit bringing Jesus up in y'all's mess. Leave Jesus, the Holy Spirit, Muhammad, and Buddha, and Mahatma out of all of this. I don't know whichever God y'all serve, but leave them out of it. He wasn't involved in this. This was all you. You can't even blame the devil. The devil got more sense than this. This is you.
This is how my family lives their life. This is how we was raised.
Okay. But y'all didn't do it though. It's chaos and confusion. I'm freaking, I believe in Christ. You know, sit down. Oh, go ahead and pretend to cry. Gotcha.
For whatever mistakes that I myself have made in my life, I've made peace with God.
How in the hell you say this?
Made peace.
I made peace. In front of these folks' family. I made peace. Waukesha County, that's right, Hans.
I'm happy to say that my conscience is clear.
How? How?
And because I believe, I trust him with my life.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Nobody will never know why it was his will for this to happen.
Oh, it's his will too. Mm.
A lot of lives were changed that day, mine included.
Who cares about yours?
God's way is not our own.
That's true. That's true.
And no matter how much sometimes we want to question, we have to have faith.
Oh. It was really stupid. Oh, his face. You're going to bust hell
Look
wide
inside
open.
yourself. Look inside yourself and make the right decision.
Oh, he's so ugly. Creepy.
Look inside your heart.
I
You
look
have
him all in the
everything in
eye.
your hands now.
I look him all in the eye. They don't like me.
Everything. Do what's right. Do what's right. Don't let the smoke and mirrors take away your power.
Oh.
Don't let the theatrics take away your power. Each and every one of you has a decision.
Mm-hmm.
Do what's right.
Yes, Ben.
Make the right decision.
Hey, Private Eye Posse. Welcome, welcome. I'm good. How are you? Just sit down, man. Let it go.
It's hard to think about.
The people you killed.
My younger kids getting older and at some point having to explain everything to them. Kids don't stay kids forever.
Yeah.
And nowadays, kids is frankly a lot smarter than we were when we was kids. I'll tell you that much.
But you're stupid, so I'm sure Slug is smarter than you. A nutless monkey is smarter than you.
I got a letter the other day.
Oh, here we go with the letter.
My youngest daughter. And
This
she's
is
still
lie.
learning cursive right now, so she's the best writer when it comes to cursive. She'd rather print.
Yeah, everybody rather print. Yeah. Kids don't get
Said
taught cursive
Dad,
anymore.
and this is from the letter. She said,
Oh,
Dad,
from the letter.
why are people saying all these mean things about you?
Oh man, my heart bleeds for you.
I haven't read the rest of that letter yet.
How? Hold on. So it's a letter, alleged letter from your 8-year-old. I'm sure it must have been so long and so complicated and so mentally taxing to read, from an 8-year-old. Oh my God, that must have just been awfully difficult to go through because you have so much time on your hands. I mean, you have literally nothing to do, or you have everything to do. You're just busy, busy, busy. You can't even bother yourself to read the letter that your daughter wrote you. The one that's your favorite, and you're the dad, your daddy's girl, and you get to spend time with, and you keep the back half of the week, but you couldn't read the letter. Y'all read like a line. Why are they talking bad about you? And then you stopped, and that was it. Stop it. Wasn't no letter. It's another lie. Fool.
The rest of that sentence said,
Say what?
that's not the dad I know.
Because if she don't know you, that's what. She don't know you. Bitch, she don't know you.
Throughout this year, I've been called a lot of things.
Yeah, bitch. A hoe. A fool.
And to be fair, I am a lot of things.
You sure are. You're everything I said you was.
A murderer is not one of
them. 6 people died.
Never has been, never will be.
Oh, it is B. It is B. Oh, God. Put the mask back on. Put on the dirty face diaper. Nobody signs letters. Oh.
So before I close.
Please close. Fool.
Statements. I just want to say, open your hearts.
You're right. Hey, Tina Marie. They should be asleep.
Go inside yourself when making this decision.
And when a hero comes along, look inside you and be strong. Tina Marie, do you like?
I have no fear.
Tina Marie.
pray and do what you know is right.
Oh, they did. They did. They did. Mm-hmm.
You know is right.
Mm-hmm.
Think about everything you've heard. Think about everything you haven't been privileged to hear.
Well, how are they going to do that if they haven't heard it? Can't hear what you haven't heard.
Think about the whole entire picture.
You really want them to do that? It's almost over, Tony. I promise. I don't like to be up this late. This long.
And above everything, whatever you decide, make sure you yourself can live with it.
Oh.
Make sure you can live with it.
Mm-hmm. I bet hidden writing on every verdict form, guilty. I bet the entire jury had the best sleep of their life, knowing that you had 6 life sentences, that you were guilty on all counts, all 76 counts. That was the best sleep of their life. They probably still having dreams of your dumb ass being burned in hell.
That's the magnitude of the power that you have.
Mm-hmm.
Just like this tissue is in my hand, this is everything.
It's everything.
You have everything.
You got everything. The tissue, everything.
Be at peace with what you decide.
I know they were.
Had no regrets.
Mm-mm-mm.
Don't let this decision weigh on you after it's over.
Ooh, child, bye.
Hopefully we got a long lot of living ahead of us. Lord willing.
Lord willing.
Don't look back and kick yourself in the behind.
For letting you go was the only way that would happen. Nullifying, that would happen.
It's been about 3 weeks with you. And it took a lot of courage and a lot of guts to pause your life for this. To put important things on hold, to basically stop your life. You should be commended for being able to sit up here with this amount of pressure.
Just gaslight the jury, huh?
I want you guys to know that's not lost on me. I'm sure it's a lot. And you all should be commended because it took courage to do this. I don't know, but I would bet a lot of people wouldn't want to be sitting in your position right now. And you guys had the guts to do it.
They had the guts to do it.
Thank you for that. Thank you for taking pretty much a month and setting it to the side for this.
For this.
I know it's probably not proper, but you guys deserve a round of applause if you could get one.
There you go.
Thank you guys sincerely. And I know, and I have faith and I trust that you guys know what's right. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think it's fair to just say guys, but I believe in your heart you know what's right.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All righty. Well, thank you guys so much for stopping by. I appreciate everybody who came in and participated in the chat. If you have not done so, please make sure that you smash that like button on your way out, and please share the stream. And I will definitely I'll start coming back and doing some more Darrell Brooks. It seems like this is what the people want to see, more dumbass. So I'll be more than happy to oblige. You said, my sister, I was laughing. Yes. He said, my very first iPhone. I was like, my mama just got me that phone. It's my very first iPhone. Look, I might come back and redo the interrogation. Because again, we always find something new. Listen to it. So anyway, like I said, thank you all for coming. I enjoyed you guys so much. Have a wonderful evening and a wonderful, happy, and safe weekend. And drums, please. If I can get to the button. Yeah. Drums, please.
Drums, please.
Ladies and gentlemen,